Hello, viewers, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of mostly all ages, perhaps all ages. Welcome to the Winds of Sir Salin, Session 4, the Apothecary. My name is Barker. This is my channel, BeABetterGameMaster. There's a significant chance that you've discovered my channel through any of the channels of the people that you're seeing at the bottom of the screen. If so, welcome. Again, thank you very much for being here. And if you're a regular, I love you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to toss, we're going to do quick introductions before we get the game started. First of all, I'm sorry, we're playing 5th edition D&D, and these are now, starting today, 6th level characters? 5th level characters,
hey,
yeah.
Hey,
I'm such a good dungeon master. 5th level characters doing a 6th level adventure, maybe. And yeah, D&D 5th edition, and so I'm going to shoot it to one of these people to do just a quick, brief introduction about their channel, also about the character that they're playing, and then they, in turn, will pass it on to someone else to do their introduction. So let's start with the one and only Matt.
I started talking, and then I choked to death. Okay, anyway.
Because it's a lot of pressure being the only Matt.
The one and only, I was like, well, hang on now. Pretty sure there's another Matt Click out there.
Yeah, exactly.
No, my name is Matt. I run the channel AFistfulofDice. And, yeah, we're going to be running Provokers games over there April 19th and 26th, I believe, are the 2 dates. So definitely check those out. And I'm also going to be doing a one-on-one pre-recorded campaign with my fiance here coming up. A lot of people have wanted to see an in-person game and wanted to see one-on-one stuff, so I'm pretty excited about that. But I'm going to be playing Orin Bramble, the Gnomish Warlock, and his ever-loyal owl/sheep/rock companion, Pebble. And I'm going to go ahead and shoot it on over to Timothy.
Hi, guys. I am Tim. I'm half of, well, tonight, a third of Tabletop Terrors. You can check us out at tabletopterrors.com. James and I have been working on a big relaunch, and we're going to be debuting that May 1st. I'm playing Quint Copper Mist, the human bard. So I'll throw it to James, my significant other.
So my name is James, significant other of Tim and Cassie, apparently. So, you know. I am just everything Tim said, but I am playing Gaharl Grim, clanless tonight, the Dragonborn cleric. And I was hoping to bash some heads, but I think instead I'm going to bash some investigation. Just doesn't have the same kick to it. But I will throw it over to Cassie.
We're going to investigate the shit out of this place.
I'm pretty sure I'm the only significant other. Sorry, Tim. You gotta move.
It's okay. James, we're breaking up on air.
Oh, you guys suck. Anyways, my character is Mymeria Forest Walker, and I'm Fox Cunning Trickster. I'm actually from DeviantArt more than YouTube. Anyways, there goes James. Thank you for joining.
You live in the same house? Aren't you married yet?
Thank you for joining us, and I look forward to getting to play tonight.
Awesome.
Who's left? Is it just me?
Yeah, you're it.
What happened to ladies first? I'm sad.
Oops.
We're an equal opportunity group here, okay? Everybody is equal.
That's the price of equality, sister.
All right.
Feminism. That's it.
Okay, so again, welcome everybody. Welcome to the Winds of Sir Salin Session 4, and let's get started. Previously, on the Winds of Sir Salin, 4 adventurers, oh, there I go again, forgetting Pebble, 5 adventurers traverse through the Underwood in Sir Salin, accomplishing various tasks here and there, mostly self-appointed. You see a metal rod. They call that the Rod of 7 Parts. Says the book, The Winds of Sir Salin, that Nymeria, the tiefling, picked up. Now wait, You don't really believe there's an actual rod of 7 parts, says Quint. There's something crazy going on here, says Randall, as Orin plucked a red leaf from one of the trees, and it instantaneously died, crumbling to bits in his hands. Orin, detecting magic, his eyes turn completely wild, like a cat's eyes, and he sees that magic is everywhere in this forest. It is fueling the forest. You see a beautiful but dangerous blue flower, the mania orchid. Gaharl strangling his nemesis, and then all of a sudden his nemesis turns into his friend Quintrek. Oh, unbelievable. I almost had a heart attack at that scene. It's not you, Quintrek said. It's this place. We've got to get out of here. Nymeria pulls a necklace of assorted teeth from the carcass of a dead ogre chieftain. And then lastly, the adventurers find themselves in Myra and discover that there have been a series of murders over the past many months, the latest of which has been the Con Colo, the leader of Myra itself. His wife, Lady Erin, an elvish maiden, leads the adventurers into Con Colo's chambers to find that the entire room has been covered in a layer of his own blood. And then Pebble says, "What the hell?" We are going to start this session in a storm. Not just any storm, mind you. This storm is not that of regular precipitation. It is not rain, but magic. The place where this storm is happening is not really, by all intents and purposes, a place. But there you see it. A craft of some variety, traversing through the storm as if it is sailing upon a large voided sea, existing nothing below it, as if it is flying through the air. Quintrek, what type of vessel would this be?
I remember it well. It's much like a wooden ship, but the way that it sails, it doesn't quite rock to and fro. It more pushes gently forward. It looks like an old galley ship. Nothing fancy, and certainly nothing expensive.
You find yourself sort of cowering in a corner with a cloak covering you as if like a blanket would cover a small child, protecting it from the cold. But this is protecting you from the rain. Every once in a while you'll feel a speck of this rain hit your flesh, and that area will go completely numb, sometimes for hours. Often you have to go out to the ship and do nautical things that you've learned in traversing this very dangerous and very ethereal planar storm. Lightning strikes around you. But it is not the lightning of electricity that you had come to know and love in your home world, or your home nation of Krieg. Instead, every flash is that of a memory. You see it. Memories of your life. One by one, flashing in bright blues and whites. The first one, the largest one, that strikes you right in the face almost, starts like this. Okay, we are going to start in a tavern. A fist, your fist, Tim, is striking your foe. Bam! In slow motion, right along the side of his face. A tooth flies out, sputtering along the floor of this icy floor of what seems to be kind of an arena, a square, small arena in the center of this tavern. You are surrounded by patrons of all sides. We're going to say, Matt Click, you are going to play this person who Tim's character is fighting against. Tim's character, you see this foe in front of you, and he's large, huge muscles, a tattoo of some animal along his flesh. I'll let Matt do that. But the only thing that he says that I will give him to say is, "You think you're so strong, huh, Clayton?" And the other two will say, Cassie and James, you will be bystanders, kind of either cheering people on or whatever happens. So complete narrative combat. Go.
So Clayton would clench tighter on the tattered red shirt of this person, and he would take his immense, almost cartoonishly square fist, and he would strike downward on the cheek to split it purposefully. This isn't just to bruise, this is to maim and teach a lesson.
And the large man in the red shirt with the tattoo of a large snake sort of winding its way up his arm takes the punch, and you see his cheek just split open and just blood starts gushing, and immediately starts freezing on his face because of how cold it is down here in this pit, and kind of trickling down onto the ice. And he takes the punch and he spits a tooth out, and he looks up at you and he says, "Is that all you've got? You need to hit harder if you're gonna win this fight." And he rears back, and almost as he's finishing talking, you feel his fist just kind of sink into your gut, right kind of up into your abdomen.
Boy, come on, Clayton. Show him who's boss.
So taking the punch and kind of, allowing my gut to kind of absorb that blow and feel it surge up into my chest, I would then reach around for an entirety of a bear hug, just throwing the entire weight of my massive squared shoulders into this man.
And as you do that, at first I kind of try to flex out of it, and you feel the huge arm muscles just kind of bulging against your grip, but seeing that that's not going to work, he actually throws himself backwards onto the ice, bringing you down with him, and tries to basically throw his weight on top of you, trying to pin you underneath him so he can try and smother you with his immense frame.
You gonna sing us a song now, Clayton?
So Clayton rolls with this, trying to use the weight. See, Clayton he's a pit fighter of Krieg, but he's smarter than most. He doesn't look it, but he knows a bit about fulcrums and centers of gravity, and not just brute force, but brute force with tactics. So he rolls, and in this, he tries to use the slippery surface of the ice to do a full circular spin, hopefully ending up on top of this. But he only half does it. He only gets halfway, and now it's a test of sheer strength as the men are on equal footing. And Clayton leans in as close as possible, and as the ice is rubbing both men's cheeks raw, he just says, "You talk far too much for a fighter."
And as we've fallen to the ice, you see that my skull is actually... You've managed to keep your head up as we fall, but my head cracks against the ice, and you actually see the daze in my eyes from being stunned hitting my head on the ice. And instead of retorting to you in words, I just spit blood in your face. And I try and pin your arm against mine, against my body. And I pull back, and you feel the bones in your arm strain as I'm trying to snap your arm.
Perfect. I lean in. The crowd thinks that this is a gesture of me trying to, but I lean in just enough, and with the presence of not allowing my lips to make too much of the shape, I say, Norris, your head's hurt pretty bad. It's the same spot as last time. We can call it if you like.
And I'm holding your arm, and you see just the slightest shake of my head, almost as if I'm trying to play it off as like clearing my head, but I'm saying, no, keep going.
Right. So I just kind of give you a knowing nod.
As you give him go ahead and say that line. Go ahead, Tim.
I give you a knowing nod.
Oh yeah, you were going to say something too. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, I was just going to say I give you a knowing nod. The pact between two fighters of respect and, you're a grown adult and I'm not going to hold back.
And Norris, you see Clayton's just massive boulder-sized fist just raised into the air, perhaps ready to just give you more pummeling, and you hear a voice, "Hold it! Hold it! Stop the fight! We have a new competitor!" And at that moment, maybe you might see some relief on Norris's face, though he would try to hide it a little bit. But, nobody gets into this ring if they're not ready to feel what needs to be done. But every eye in the tavern scans toward the door. And in this tavern, you see that the walls on which are just scrawled with white words, written in chalk, smeared in some places, some are erased, some are crossed out, just white names, names of people. And this person has burst in the door and saying, "We have a new competitor!" And you look over and it is the local town, we'll say he's a priest. We say he's a town priest. And he walks in, and as soon as you stand up, Clayton, you see behind him steps the beautiful face of the woman that you've known for so long, with her shock white hair.
You would definitely see Clayton's gaze soften. So you would see the hard etched lines in his face, the weathered surface sort of untense, and you'd see some of those lines disappear into what could look like happiness on such a bruised man.
And the most happiness that is brought into your heart and kind of fractures the bruises is that she's holding something. She's holding someone. And she hands you this small child, and you gaze upon this baby, your new son. And over in the corner, at the very end of the list of names, you see a man standing with a piece of chalk, waiting with joy and glee to hear the new name of your new son, so he can write it on the wall.
So Clayton would look at his wife, who he loved so much, and he would say, "Oi, Mariana, I've always been fond of calling the boy Wreck." And Mariana says, "That's a beggar's name. We can't simply call him Wreck. What kind of fighter's called Wreck?" She says, "How about Quint, after your brother who passed?" And then Clayton says, "Oi, how about a little bit of both?" And then he looks over to the man in the corner, and he says, "The boy's name is Quint Rek."
And on
Quint Rek
I'm sorry, Quint Rek what?
Keen.
Quint Rek Keen. And on one end of the tavern, you see someone erase the name Norris the Blasphemer and put Clayton Keen in his place, as if this massive list is just a large fighter's challenge ladder. And over here, chalking individual letters, individual characters, you see Quint Rek Keen added to the list of names. And then the lightning flashes again, and you are here, Quint Rek, in this room covered in blood. What do you do?
So immediately we see Quint, and it is a very similar reaction to what you've seen before as he sees blood, but you see his pupils dilate, and you see him sniff the air, just that, and you see a vein in his neck, and you see his eyes become a shade of red that was just otherwise unseen. And as he goes to grab Keengrin from its sheath, you just see this fury, and he tenses his muscles like steel coils, and then he begins to weep. And he falls to his knees, and the blood splashes, and he lets his hands touch the blood, and he rubs them, and he rubs his face, and he just begins to weep.
And seeing this, Orin and Pebble kind of look on with a mixture of shock and sympathy, and Orin walks up and, like, very kind of gingerly puts a hand on your shoulder, Quint, and you hear Pebble say, "It's all right, mate. It's okay. We got here too late, but it's all gonna be all right."
And Quint would, with a blood-smeared hand just covered, he would just put his hand on yours, and he would just say, "I'm just tired of being too late."
Well, we're gonna do what we can, right? And Orin and Pebble kind of look back to the rest of the companions, like looking for affirmation. Right? Right? We're gonna be all right.
I walk over to Quint and sort of I pull out just this awful rag of a rag. It's just like tattered. I mean, it was probably some guy's shirt once, and it's just like this, terrible thing that I blow my dragonborn nose on. It's singed from some of the breath, and I like sort of try to help Quint up and kind of wipe the blood off him and sort of very oddly compassionate of a dragonborn. Noting also for the viewers that the few of us that do not speak Elven, that being, I believe, Orin and I, had no idea what we were walking into, so it is especially shocking. But despite that, trying to just sort of help Quint cope, because I don't think anybody seeing that amount of blood can really easily handle it.
Amira walks up to him and crouches in front of him, leaning on her quarterstaff, and looks him in the eye. Well, unless they're closed, being covered with blood. But we can't be early for everyone. But at least we can try to prevent these things from happening. We just need to find out who did this.
And
Get up, Quint.
And in the center of the room, kind of against a wall, you see a large bed. And by large, I don't only mean, this is a bed built for royalty. This is an elven-sized bed in a dwarf's chamber. So on the side, you kind of see a miniature kind of step ladder kind of thing, getting up to the getting up to the bed. On the end tables, everything is pretty much covered in blood. On the end tables, you see beautiful elvish crafts work, nightstands, and in there, inlaid, as if done as a second job after the fact, are snakes swirling up the legs. And on top of it, there is a pendant that you see, and if anybody is interested, go ahead and give me an investigation roll to see what else you got.
And while that's occurring, Quint would, he would definitely look at Nymeria and Orin and Pebble and Grim and just, right, thank you. Well, the least we can do is clean it up. And you see him lean over and he just starts wiping with his sleeves this just fool's errand of actually trying. He's just moving around the masses of blood.
Anyone? Okay. So first off, Orin, since you rolled a natural 20 crit out of the gate, like you said, also James rolled an unnatural 20, and Cassie rolled a 22. So this might not be too much of a mystery pretty soon.
I know who did it.
Wait, everybody. Yeah, I was gonna say it might have been easier for you to say everyone rolled a 20, but Tim.
Yeah, that's true. It's going to be a great night. So not only do you see this pendant on the nightstand, which is small bits of chain connected, like a light chain, and then at the very bottom of it are two large silver links. And Orin, since you critted, you're going to have to tell me why at some point, or think about how you would know who Baronar True Silver is, the deity, the revered mother, one in the dwarven pantheon. But you definitely notice the irony of this dwarven deity's pendant sitting upon this elvish nightstand in this half and half room. Baronar.
Baronar True Silver?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool.
I'll type it.
So Orin kind of squints at this, and Pebble swivels his head around and says, "If I haven't missed my guess, that's the symbol of Baronar True Silver. It's been quite some time since I've seen that symbol."
And behind you hear a voice that says, "You are right, well versed in dwarven culture." And when you kind of turn around to look, you see Lady Erin standing there. You hear her footsteps kind of pop in and out of the caked blood, her feet kind of sticking to it momentarily with every step that she takes, her beautiful length of hair curling around her neck. And she stops and kind of composes herself, looks around the room and says, "Why would they do such a thing?"
"Who's they, my lady?"
"Whoever did this."
"Well, saying they implies multiple persons. It could have been one person. It could have been a he or a she or an it."
"An it?"
"Well, yes. Some sort of beast. The amount of blood in here is... well, it's a lot of blood."
And you kind of scan the room and see all the blood, and you see that there are areas on the floor where it's kind of marked away as if someone took a mop to it in certain places, just smeared. And you, will say, Nymeria. Hell, you all rolled so well. I'm having such a difficult time telling. You all see this at this exact same time. But Orin, maybe Pebble, sees a large kind of in the underspace of the bed, sees kind of boxes and bags and things, and specifically they have been moved aside, kind of paving this pathway to what looks to be a blanket or a sheet that is covering an object.
Do you mind, Lady Erin, if we move things around and take a look?
That is why you are here. Please be respectful. And she is interrupted immediately by the half-elvish knight who kind of like self-proclaimed sheriff who comes walking in his elvish armor. My lady, Lady Erin, it is time. And she says, oh, yes, of course. I must go to the throne room. I will leave you here on your own.
And as she leaves, I look at Nymeria, and Pebble says, so is that what we're doing here? We sort of missed out on that portion of the conversation.
Yes. There's been a number of deaths, and she's very worried, of course. So we're going to see if we can find out, who, what, it is doing this.
Fair enough.
Do you explain to Orin, and just for the viewers watching, that until you discover the murderer, then you actually cannot leave? Or do you leave that part hidden?
Shoot. I would look at Quint, and kind of nudge my head, or nod as if, asking silently if we should tell them, because otherwise I would keep it to myself.
Right, and so Quint would actually, as you went to walk over to, kind of examine anything, first thing he would do is he would kind of try to wipe. He'd be, mind the blood, you'll trip. It's very slippery. And then as you give him that nod, that knowing look, you would say, oh, certainly, yes, full disclosure. Each other is all we've got now.
I know, it's just more to worry about. It's more pressure. Nymeria just throws up her hands a little bit, and it's just like, whatever. Yes, you're right.
And Quint would kind of blurt out and say, well, our hides are sort of on the line here, but as far as the bounty goes, we made a bit of a bargain that we can't leave until we find out who, what, or why this is happening.
Bed's all covered in blood. Where are we going to sleep?
The hallway.
And Quint would go back to kind of moving the blood around, trying to clean it.
So we're being held hostage until we find out who the murderer is?
More or less, yeah. It's
oh, wonderful.
Pretty tight spot.
Well, okay. And Orin kind of gets down on all fours and goes under the bed where he saw that stuff that was moved aside, Barker, to kind of investigate that further.
Okay.
So you just see the gnome just disappear under the bed.
The monster's under the bed. Oh no.
Bum, bum.
I'm checking for monsters. I'll be right out.
Ah!
Oh no, the monster's got me.
Okay, so Orin is kind of crawling under the bed through the stick of the caked blood, and you approach this object covered by the sheet, and when you pull it out and kind of slide it out from under the bed, you see that the sheet slides off, and you see what looks to be a very important person's footlocker. And on the very top, branded, is a seal of the Yuan-Ti, or the were snake of the dwarven people here. And underneath that, another branded word is, in very plain common, the Apothecary.
Okay. Is this footlocker light enough where I could kind of pull it out from under the bed?
Yeah. If do you do it carefully? I mean, do you just slide it out?
Grab whatever handle is on it and crawl out from under the bed with it kind of trailing behind me so that everyone else can look at it.
Okay, you hear kind of some clinking of what sounds like glass inside.
Okay. So I drag it out. I come out, I'm just covered in blood. Pebble kind of ruffles his feathers a little bit and then says, "Oh, we found something."
Grim, being used to sort of having bounties on him and having people, sort of try and decide where he can and can't go, is not really concerned with all of that, but is very curious. So he walks over and he says, "Well, I don't think this is going to help us find who the murderer is, but I can't say I'm not curious."
No, it just caught my attention. Something to start with, I suppose.
Maybe there's something important inside. Is it locked?
Yes, with a very just simple metal lock. And also, it might have seemed important because things were shoved to the side to get to it.
Yeah, so I kind of explain that too. Like, it seemed like someone was trying to get to it. Maybe the Khan before he died, or someone who was responsible for the Khan's death.
Yeah, and this would be a difficult concept for Grim because he's not stupid, but he's not subterfugian. He's a little less. He's not good at putting those things together. Killing is killing, and he's good at it. And while he does have a lot of knowledge of other things, would still sort of think, well, I'm curious, but I still don't get it. He's kind of like, well, if somebody put this much blood here, he's very, very curious, but just kind of like, I don't think so. He's not convinced that that's the case.
So unless anyone jumps forward to start working on the lock, I guess I can start fiddling with it. It's not something I'm particularly adept at, so I kind of like look around at everyone else. It does appear to be locked.
We can smash it, I say, glancing at Carl, and then look back to Oren and say, "Yeah, maybe your fingers are probably more nimble than ours, but if it doesn't work for you, I'll give it a try after."
Okay, all right. Well, okay. And he kind of like rummages around in his pack, brings out a little dagger, and starts kind of futzing with the lock.
I thought you were going to say, brings out a D20.
Yeah.
Rolls.
Brings out a D20. I'm going to roll for it. No. So that's a dex check without proficiency, I believe, Barker. Yeah?
Yes. That would be...
And if possible, what I was going to do is kind of stand up, and I don't know if this is something that Oren or Pebble would kind of let me do, but kind of walk over, and I would take... And quickly, if he would let me, I would kind of try to pluck a feather from Pebble and say, it's a bit of a trick I've learned. And of course, I've got blood everywhere, but I would try to assist you with the pointed end of the feather and kind of try to, jimmy the lock with you, for all intents and purposes, assisting you with the check.
Nice. So that gives me advantage.
Yep.
Cool. That's good because okay, that how's a 9 sound?
You know what? The lock opens.
Oh.
This is a very, very basic lock. It's also very, very small. Nymeria was right when she looked at Gaharl and said you could just break it. The only problem would be this footlocker is so old that it might have shatter the entire front of it. Maybe it might be there to keep the honest people honest.
So like I'm sitting there fiddling with it, and Quint's helping me out, and I'm like, I kind of just like get frustrated, and I give it a little bit too much force, and the lock literally just pops out of the frame on the tip of my dagger, and I kind of like I turn around and like show it to Quint and like give him a thumbs up.
And I would say, I'd go, leave it to the dwarves, huh?
And the chest, actually, as if kind of loaded by spring, just ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba,
poisonous gas
opens up. No. Roll for it. roll to live. Roll to live.
Save versus death.
Save versus death. Yeah. And inside the chest, you see glass vials. You see what look to be dried flower petals, a mortar and a pestle. You see specifically two types of vials. The first type is this. I don't know if you can see this. It's filled with rocks, kind of these crystals, and this what looks to be water, and it has this mark of a crown right on the front in a wax seal, and the top is sealed in wax. So, and when you kind of move it around or shake it, the water becomes a little bit more cloudy. The second type of vial catches Gaharl's eye quickly. It is this very same idea, water, except the flower petals inside of it are mania orchid petals. And on the top, written on the top of the vial, is it says mania. Now, do me a favor, everybody, roll just a quick intelligence check. Actually, no, I'm sorry. This is actually something that you wouldn't know, so you'll learn in a little bit, most likely. Sorry.
I will keep that 18 that I just rolled for later.
You go ahead.
No.
DM faux pas number 87. My bad. Okay, so yeah, you see these vials, and on the top of all of this stuff in the chest is what looks to be a small green journal, kind of tied in this leather strap.
Gaharl is very much a fiddler. So he would certainly see that and have mixed feelings specifically about the Mania Orchid, but in general would be looking through these things. And I would say that more than anything, he would be interested in the clinking of the glass bottles rather than he would sort of not even pay any attention to the book.
Nymeria on the other hand, while giving a passing glance to the Mania Orchid, with a little look of appreciation, then turn to the book.
The book has the same branding on the front as the wax seal on the clear glass vial of the crown. And when you open it up, you realize that it's kind of a mixture of a journal combined with like a monetary ledger. And you see written in there, just based on this information that you're reading, that whoever owned this journal, whoever the apothecary is selling these substances like a narcotic. One is called mania, and the other one is called lethargy. And mania, based on the journalistic properties, based on the journal that you're reading, has hallucinogenic properties that people enjoy in this area as of recent, very recent. And lethargy is kind of actually sold to far more people than the mania. Almost every name in the city might be here. But the last notation that you find in the journal is written, and it says, Thoric and Gillen were adamant that they come with me to the latest dealings that I had in the Ander Wood. They said it was for my protection, however, so I did not argue. They were quiet, for the most part, aside from their non-stop bickering about something on the return journey. Either way, it didn't cost me a dime, and they are trustworthy enough to not tell anybody about my new dealings, especially the ones with the ogres. I will most likely ask them to accompany me out on one of my walks again. Also notated in the ledger at the very, kind of near the very end, encircled, is an extremely large debt owed to the apothecary by a fellow named Odin.
So at this point, I was wondering if, from the vantage point, the journal itself, can all of us sort of read it at the same time if we're all kind of doing the over-the-shoulder?
Sure.
Is it okay? So it's big enough for us to kind of all be reading that and see, and we're all glancing and so on. So,
yes, sorry,
you
I relayed the rest of this information to everyone else, especially pointing out this massive debt by Odin. And I look to Quint Rex. Do you remember whose room this was? I forget the name that Lady Aaron mentioned, if there was a name of who died here.
The Khan Kahlo himself.
Yeah, the big mamma jamma here.
And so I would actually relay that to Nymeria. And you would see, as Nymeria looked, I would kind of look, and one eye would still be red, and the pupil would slowly be undilating, and I would, kind of shake and rub my eye, and it would go back to normal. And then I would look down at the book, and I'd say, fellow must be rather big to be going by the name Odin, wouldn't you say?
What if that was a cover-up for the Khan here? I mean, assuming he is either buying or dealing, don't want his real name out there, I'm sure.
Indeed. The thing I'm most curious about is who are this fellow, these Thoric and Gillen. I think if we find them and maybe ask them a couple of questions, see if they know anything about all this.
As soon as you bring that up, you hear a voice again entering the door. Oi! Haven't seen you since you arrived in Myra. Hello. My name is Elfstrom. And he holds out his hand to shake. You recognize him as the one that greeted you from atop the wall when you arrived. I'm supposed to accompany you on your, Holy shit.
That was our reaction, too, yeah. I kind of look to Quintrek, and Pebble says, following up with the names Thoric and Gillen, seems like the only lead we have right now. And I look to Elfstrom and I say, are either of those names familiar to you, Elfstrom?
Thoric and Gillen? They're pretty familiar to everybody, to be honest. I don't know what you could want with them. They're servants. They're servants in the temple.
So this Elfstrom, when he came in, basically, in my mind, I feel like Grimm would, realizing what the Khan was doing and his sort of station at the time, wouldn't want other people to realize that he was, dealing or otherwise had contraband, especially considering what it had done to me and my sort of experience. It's the kind of thing that I feel like will potentially aid us to keep secret. Now, that may not be possible, but I would do the sort of stand in front of the box and not make it obvious kind of thing, if at all possible.
Very cool.
And I think that Quint would possibly pick up on that body language from Grimm, and try to take the attention of Elfstrom without it looking like an obvious, like, hey, look at me. As Orrin and Pebble were kind of addressing him, I would try to specifically maybe wring out some of my bloody clothes onto the floor, something that would really get somebody to kind of look out of the corner of their eye in disgust, just to try to get his attention.
And he does. He's looking directly at you, and in his kind of gaze upon you and disgusted face, he kind of gets a surprised face. Oi, what happened to your eye? And if anyone else looks, what you see is that Quintrek's eye, I believe it's specifically the left eye, half of his iris has completely changed color. What color has it changed to, Quint Rec?
At this point, it would be stark white.
Cool. Every character you play, Tim.
So, yeah. What's going on with your eye, Quint Rec? Nymeria asks, finally turning as Elfstrom pointed out and looking rather confused and holding her quarterstaff a little uncertainly.
Oh, it's allergies from when I was a kid. Must be all this, foreign pollen and such. It's just, ugh.
Even human allergies aren't like that, she says suspiciously, but otherwise...
It is exactly where you pulled the Mania Orchid petal out of his eye. Nymeria would notice.
Oh, yeah. So...
must be the, it's just most rotten luck,
Grim would do the...
He would do the sort of, clear his throat, basically give her the Chandler from Friends Get There Faster, nudge, nudge.
Oh yeah, that thing. That is where it. Okay, never mind. So, anyways, can you get us Elfstrom? These two men?
Well, of course. They never leave the tavern. I can bring you there right now.
And what I would want to do is I want to make, and I can do, I don't think I want to do deception. I think I want to do performance or persuasion. And what I want to do for Elfstrom is I want to kind of take him by the shoulders and do that. We need you. You're better than the rest. You're a rare snowflake around here, and you know more than anyone else. Kind of really just get in his good graces as much as I possibly can.
Great.
I don't know any other way to say it, but I'm kind of laying the groundwork now in case I need a favor from this guy. I want him to really consider it.
You can roll performance, or I think deception would be valid as well.
Okay. Oh, how about 29?
No. Yeah.
I rolled
Just barely.
This guy's really smart.
He pays you for the show you just gave him.
Yeah. Actually, you faintly see a mist begin to kind of glaze over his eyes, and in that you see that he's been obviously outcast to the wall duty. It's obvious that nobody comes in. You remember coming in yourself, and the entire city was almost in an uproar surrounding you. Who are these new people that have arrived in Myra? And he's kind of ostracized to sit atop the wall and wait for nobody to show up. And so you telling him this is like a solid bro punch right to the gut and right into the feels. So he loves it. And whatever you say. Well, excuse me. My allergies too. I can't. Whatever you need, I will give you. And he offers to take you to the temple.
Yeah, I was going to say we would definitely try and do that, and I imagine as sort of everyone left the room, because now he's excited about his brand new friend. I would slide the clothes and try and slide the box back under the bed. I imagine it would still leave sort of a very obvious trail almost, so I would kind of just try to kick some blood around, but it probably wouldn't do. Anybody could realize that something was slid out, but hopefully nobody's coming in.
Right.
Did anyone take the journal?
I have my hand still on it, so I will take it with me.
Perfect. And I would actually ask Elfstrom, especially after that touching moment we had. I'd say, so how do you feel about being sort of a tour guide? See, we don't want people to think we're skulking about. So how good at you, or maybe playing pretend? You're just showing us around. nothing to see here. You're just taking us to the different locales of the town. Is that something you think you can pull off?
I think so, sir. It'll help, probably, knowing that I am not sure why you're here myself. You know, that's the best kind of spy, is the one he doesn't know he's a spy. You know.
Very good. In fact, that's perfect.
You got it. The streets of Myra are, empty like the old Western town in old movies. The skies are dark from overgrowth of trees that have basically, the leaves of which have begun to cover like half of the city in this makeshift nighttime. And there are a couple of market stalls here and there, but not one of them is manned. So many of the buildings look like they're kind of in disrepair, but there are a few that are nice. There's basically one main road and just a few alleyways leading into assorted buildings. The temple, as he shows you, kind of as is in Elfstrom's tour guide duty, the temple is the name of a tavern, and it's made of just white wood completely, and it's got beautiful arching double doors on the front of it. And when you open it, you see that quite literally this was a temple. If anybody wants to make a religious lore check, or even a history check, you can do so at this point.
And
I thought you had an 18 on that last roll that I canceled out there, Tim.
oh yeah, if you really will let me keep it, sure.
Sure. Yeah, that's fine. I asked you to roll, and then I took it away. So if you want to use it.
So Grim would be very interested in this, especially about religions and different things, but he absolutely has no idea with a critical failure. But I did want to, if possible, I would sort of, while we were walking up to the temple, and I'm sorry if I missed this, I would try and sort of get a little more about Thoric and Gillen out of Elfstrom, if possible. Like, oh, so, what are these guys about? And kind of just a one-line, like he mentions they're always in the tavern, and kind of like, what do they do? Just non-suspiciously trying to say, who are these people, kind of thing.
Okay, very cool. The basic information that you can get actually is on the way to the temple is that they are servants, but they're pretty poor at being servants. A lot of times they drink, but they're noted around the town for just fighting and arguing with each other all the time.
Perfect.
So, Quintrek, walking in, you immediately see the. Let me see if I don't have a picture. You see those two rings in a distant wall behind an altar, and then over here on kind of a side pew, which is now the bar, which is completely unmanned, is another religious symbol, which looks to be kind of a beautiful dyed blue sheet of wood, and in the center of it is a silver star. And you recognize this as one of the Elvish gods, specifically that of Corellon. And it really doesn't match. Everything's kind of mismatched. There's assorted deities, symbols, and everything just doesn't fit. Orin, somehow, whether it's through your journeys in the world or through the journeys in the Feywild or whatnot, you know that this place started out as a dwarven temple. And then when the elves came to do the research in the Anderwood, they took it over and, peacefully, officially rather, they took it over and kind of replaced it with their god, Corellon. And you see these, you just can't get enough of these elvish window dressings on dwarven walls, metaphorically, just elvish little bits and pieces on this initial dwarven architecture. And you see two men asleep at the unmanned bar, just free reign at all the liquors and spirits and wines and ales behind it.
I would kind of look at Pebble and Oren, and I'd say, well, I think we found Thoric and Gillen at Elstrom. Are these the fine gentlemen we're looking for?
That's them. I hope they're not dead.
Now, I would ask him if there is usually a bartender, or if, you know, because there's a chance that these people are just drinking very early. I don't remember exactly what time of day it is, but I would be curious to know if there usually is a bartender.
Kai, he goes by Kai the Young. He's usually tending the bar, but to be completely honest, he hasn't been running things for about the past couple of months. I don't know if you saw the tower in the back that's kind of connected to this place, but he basically sleeps all day. I don't know anything else about him. I rarely see him. Every once in a while, one of these two will man the bar for us.
Well, actually, Grim, sort of as soon as he sort of got into the less interesting part that he hasn't done in a while, and he would sort of shrug off the fact that he was sleeping and all of the potential implications, and would walk behind the bar and sort of start looking through bottles for maybe one of his favorite liquors or spirits or something, and just sort of fiddling and clinking stuff around.
Great, yes. Let's see if you find anything. Oh, that's a natural one. Okay, so it's obvious that this has not been maintained, and I can show that to you guys if you'd like. Has not been maintained for a very long time because there's nothing really back there. The bottles are there, but extremely empty. The only thing you can find is some very, very, very old, just basic grain alcohol, and even that is almost gone.
So I would basically, sniffing the bottles, I could tell that some had been watered down, and otherwise, the labels certainly don't match what they are, being an experienced drinker. And so in that case, I would grab the grain alcohol, the bit that's left, and walk over, and I would be near where these two fellows are sleeping, basically on the inside of the bar. Kind of, I imagine everybody's going to gather around them. I would be on that side, just sort of waiting to see what happens.
As Nymeria walks in, a look of disgust comes on her face, seeing this temple that's now an old tavern, and in her frustration, tripping on a chair, she throws up her hands and just looks at the place and says, What happened to this place? Who does this? And a little irritated, she grumbles to herself in Infernal for a moment, and then sees the two gentlemen and says, Oh, hey, Quint, you're really good with people. Maybe you should try and wake them up.
There's people, and then there's drunk people. Slightly different game.
Yes, two very different creatures.
Very much.
You did very well on, what was it, The Reach? I think? Yeah.
Right. Well, there's one thing about giving a drunk more drink. It's another about waking a drunk who's got no more drink. I say, just pray one moment, and I would actually look at Oren and Pebble, and I would say, I've got just a quick thought, half a mo, and I would just try to see if I could motion you to kind of step aside for a second, because I don't want even Elfstrom to hear us.
And Oren and Pebble kind of look at you and nod, and Oren grabs one of the bottles from behind the bar and pops the cork and smells it and kind of goes, and then goes and takes a little swig of it and follows you over. Well, what did you need to talk about, Quint?
I'm not trying to be a fearmonger, but that fellow, Kai the Young, I'm just saying, when there's a vampire mucking about, anyone who starts sleeping all day, prime suspect. Just throwing that out there. Probably want to just bear it in mind. That's all I'm saying. So, ew.
And Orin and Pebble kind of exchange glances and look back up at you and says, "But a temple wouldn't be the place for a vampire either, would it?"
Is it still a temple or is it a tavern?
I don't know. It's kind of in between.
So it's like, right? I don't want to get bit from behind. I know this isn't even really the place where we're supposed to find him. I just weird, sleeping all day, throwing it out there.
We got your back, Quint.
Right. We'll tell the others as soon as old what's his name over there? He might be buddies with him.
Right. And we kind of like walk back over, and I look at Nymeria and Gaharl, and I kind of like I take Pebble, and we like mimic like a vampire bite thing where Pebble's like and like bites down on my neck, and I just go like
and Quint would he would draw a keen grin slowly and with just a smile on his face, and you would see him kind of, almost making some adjustments, and he would reach into his pack, and there would be almost this small wooden block that almost looks like it's familiar in some way to the sword, and he would almost kind of snap it on there, making it a little more of a lute. And he would say, "Right then, so time to wake the drunks." And he would go, let me see if I remember this one. It's, all right. And he would hit this like ridiculously operatic note. Just it looks like it shouldn't come out of this tiny little human. And I'll score him, yes. And he starts kind of plucking on the strings in this odd kind of just operatic strange, and it's to abruptly wake them up to a weird sound that would hopefully surprise them.
Oh yeah, the sub frequencies that are rattling along the bar and kind of shaking glasses, and an old mug just kind of vibrates off and smashes into smithereens on the floor, and the larger of the two dwarves who were sleeping kind of on this bar just wakes up. "Oh, what was that?" Oh. And then he taps the other one on the shoulder. "Gillen. Gillen." And then Gillen, What do you want?" And he wakes up and just feasts his eyes on these freakishly never see this type of person in your lifetime type of creatures standing around him. A tiefling, a dragonborn, a gnome, which is extremely rare in these parts, but looks kind of normal next to this, and in kind of over here is Quintrek just blasting this note, and then once it wraps up, Gillen says, "What can we do for you?"
And Quint would break into a folksy dwarven song. He's still trying to keep them off guard. He's still trying to keep them from thinking of a lie or doing whatever. So he kind of it would be the dwarven equivalent of chicken picking. And he's just like, do, 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 do. And, he's like, Urus the hunter took aim. His crossbow shot and missed the game. He tried to shoot straighter, but 60 bolts later, he slunk into the forest in shame.
"But we all still love him all the same," says the other two in a beautiful chorus.
Clap.
Grim would sort of, almost at this point, just going with this weird facade we've got, and behind the bar, kind of doing the good old from the movie, I found a dirty glass and a dirty rag, and I'm just wiping it like it's clean. And I'm like, well, I would ask what I can get you, but I think you folks drank it all up. And just as though they woke up in a bar that suddenly was just hopping, basically.
Well, it wasn't all of us. Or, excuse me, it wasn't all us. But, this has been here for, many months. It's taken a while. Aren't you an interesting bunch? And then Thoric just kind of jabs him with his elbow and says, respect them. They are larger than you. My lords. And he just bows.
And Oren is mid-drink, and he actually goes...
Why not
some
be
sort of...
lords and ladies? Nymeria can't help say, fanning herself in a comical way, trying to awkwardly kind of go with this flow of nonchalant tavernness that she's never really gotten into.
and Thoric will say, this is a special gnomish custom. Gillen. And Gillen will reach, grab a mug and take in just a small bit and just spit it back out.
And at first Oren is like, what the hell? And then he kind of catches on, and his face just kind of lights up. And he pulls his pants all the way up to his chest, and he claps his hands together and does a weird little dance, and then bows to them and waits for them to repeat it.
And if they even stop for a moment, if they sort of look at each other, I imagine, and I say, well, come on, don't disrespect the man.
They do me a favor and roll Intimidate with advantage, Gaharl.
The advantage is from my sexy gnome dance.
It is. It is straight from the sexy gnomish dance. We call it the Chumbawamba.
So this is the wrong time, but oh no, I actually can't. Okay, basically with advantage, I rolled a 5, which is a 2 and a 3 in quick succession. So I feel like in sort of, I'm very used to getting in people's faces and sort of just scaring them, but at this point trying to go along with the joke, I'm just cracking. I just can't handle it. I'm not able to keep it in, and whether or not they pick up on that is another story.
And they take when you kind of tell it to them, Thoric takes a nice big whiff of the days-old alcohol that you just kind of took a sip of, and it's just like, and he actually didn't, just kind of takes a step back and needs to regain himself. I'm sorry, masters. What is it we can do for you?
And I would kind of get this look of disappointment on my face and put my pants back in their proper position and look at Quint, and Pebble says, go ahead.
And so then Quint would say,
First of all, they freak the hell out at the talking owl. It's
I forgot he hadn't spoken yet.
Yeah, it's just the gnome has been seemingly normal. The owl is just we don't see many owls around here. But then it talks, and it's like, Gillen, I think we are dreaming. And then Gillen says, no, we're not dreaming. We don't dream. Come on. No. And he said, no, I swear, this cannot be real. And he touches Gaharl's face. And Gaharl, maybe as you're kind of as your eyes become pointed and piercing, he just kind of realizes it's real and just...
Great. Nymeria just go up to, was it Thorin?
Thoric.
Is the other one?
Thoric is this one. Gillen is this one.
Gillen. And be like, Gillen, you're definitely not dreaming, and just smack him on the cheek a little bit and be like, wake up. Come on.
Okay, welcome to the temple. My name is Thoric. My name is Gillen. This is Thoric.
Greetings. Yes, actually, we are here, and we've been taken around by our good friend.
Hello.
We are emissaries of the elvish goddess Coralon. We have come quite a ways to possibly put some money into this tavern. We think that our goddess needs to be revamped and revived, and there's nothing wrong with a little song and drink. Am I right? Am I right?
Roll deception.
$16.
Oh, you're going to turn our tavern back into one of those boring places.
No, we're going to turn your tavern into a tavern with better alcohol.
What, pray tell, do you need from us? Right, Gillen? Yes, right.
Well, see, the thing of it is that basically we're strangers here. I mean, look at us. We're an odd lot, and the thing is, we need two faces like yourselves to more or less be promoting this. We need a town to back us. But this could be the hub of economy that we've been looking for. We need to get people back in the tavern. We need to get the bar stocked. We need to get things hopping and rolling. Something going on every night. And you two men, you're the face of promotion.
Wait. I don't think I've seen you around here. Have you, Gillen? No, Thoric, I haven't. We know everybody. And you don't look like the religious types. No offense. You might be very nice. Morally, some would say morally righteous, but I don't think we've ever seen you before. Where do you hail from?
We all hail from slightly different places. At this point, we're working with Con Barris. He's gotten us to come here, and he's very interested in the tourism aspect. We've been hired, and we're looking to hire others. Basically, friends, I'm looking to give you an easy job for a decent pay, and it's just because you know everyone in the town. I mean, are you looking to make some easy coin and possibly have a cush job?
I'm sorry, but I'm not too sure about this. We have a nice job. We are servants here, and we get to drink all we want. It's basically like living a life of luxury, and all you have to do is carry around a few boxes.
And
Gillen says, "But Thoric, no, I did." Shut up, Gillen. Jeez, you ever shut up? No.
I would ask who they were servants of. I would, say sort of like trying to figure out who, and if it was, the Khan or Kahlo, basically sort of go for like you probably don't have a job anymore because trying to ask who they work for to see if they give any indication that they know of his passing.
I gotcha. Well, and actually, Thoric will say, "We work for Kai the Young," but interrupting him, or kind of right after he finishes, Gillen says, "Oh, and we did work for Colin Kahlo and then Thoric says, "Shut up, Gillen. No, just Kai the Young. Occasional odd business with Con Kahlo, may his soul rest.
And
but currently just Kai."
I would tell him again, sort of looking at the bottles, like, "Oh, we'll need to speak to this this Kai fella to get this bar up to spec. This just isn't gonna do."
I have not seen him in quite some time, to be honest. He basically sleeps all day long. He's always up at odd hours of the night. Sometimes you can kind of see flickers of light in the tower outside. No, I'm just kidding. What do you think this place is? Some mystical place? He's asleep upstairs. For the love of Pete.
As he's saying this, like Oren's eyes are just like wide, and he like looks at Quint, and and Pebble does the vampire bite thing, and I'm just like,
and Quint would scratch his neck, and if outside of hopefully the line of sight of the two dwarves, would kind of just rub his neck and go with his two fingers like this to the other two as well, just right, well, the thing of it is, you know what, you're right. And at this point, Quint is doing the sales technique known as a takeaway. It's you don't have to buy this car today, do you? I mean, let's not make any hasty decisions. In fact, you might not be the right two guys for this. That kind of you know what, maybe you're right. You seem like you have a pretty decent setup. We did talk to a couple of other people. Maybe you're not quite right. Elfstrom here, maybe he can find some... You know what, thank you for your time. Appreciate it, but I think we will pass. Thank you.
Well, let us know if you need anything else, of course.
Certainly, and I would kind of look to the group. Anyone need anything else? Any specifications? Nymeria, do you need to take any measurements? Mate, do you mind if we measure the place just for some signage and different things?
I think we should. Safe.
Yeah.
I think that's a very good idea, the owl says.
Perfect, yes. So if we'll just go ahead and go about, and Quint goes forth just trying to do these fake measuring things and just thumb in the air, looking down.
Everybody who is partaking, go ahead and roll investigation while these two dwarves begin kind of cleaning up, doing things that they need to be doing.
Quint is good at something.
Holy shit! Sorry. James and Cassie both got natural 20s. Hell,
Nat 20.
After an advantage roll of a 2 and a 3, it was on its way. Oh, that 20 looks so good on that die.
You're due for it. Very small place. I mean, picture any basic small church. The tables of this bar are all just tables, but on either side of them are old pews of this temple. Everything is kind of dusty. Not many people obviously use this, but there are certain tables that you'll have kind of the dust is a little more removed than others. Nymeria and Gaharl, as you're measuring floorboards or pretending to do what it is you're doing, you might actually trip on what seems to be a door that is like a hatch handle on the ground, on the floor, kind of like a hatch into the floor itself.
And upon sort of kicking it, I would try to play it off like, that I tripped but didn't really notice, and kind of try to scope out what everyone's doing at this point. Doing the same sort of odd game of charades, like so I'd kind of kind of try to whoever's closest to me, I'd sort of do a little bit of a grunt, like a and kind of do a little weird sort of thing, like, hey, you guys gotta come here, but still pretending that I'm looking at these pews and kind of seeing if they're built well and otherwise, and doing all this while trying to make it not obvious that I found a door.
Okay, great. You do so. They're seemingly hung over, or as Tim Carney calls it, rolled over, still a little bit intoxicated. And go ahead.
Hearing Gaharl grunt, Orin is kind of behind the bar looking through the bottles and stuff, and he looks at Pebble and just nods to him, and Pebble will kind of flutter across the room and land on Gaharl's shoulder and whisper, "What did you find?"
And I'd sort of just kind of look down, knowingly, there's something here, and maybe give it, if it's sort of beveled, just kind of tap my foot on it like I want to go in there.
And Pebble looks down, cocks his head, and says, "Oh, I see it, yeah.
And
good find."
At this point, I think Quint would hopefully notice, especially the fact that, to me, Pebble doesn't leave Orin unless it's for a reason. And I think Quint would know that by now. And so if if Pebble left and landed on Grim, and then especially like the looking down, Barker, would I be able to, through the time we spent in the town or any other means, know something that these men might be afraid of or be interested in, or something to try to distract them?
Do an insight check.
Oh, I'm going to use inspiration. That is a critical fail.
Yeah, do it. Go ahead.
So I have 1 inspiration.
Damn, man. It's time to get a new set of dice, bro.
I know, man.
Time to retire whatever set you're rolling with right now.
Okay, so with my... all right, this one's way better. It's a... That's a 17.
There you go.
Okay, good. Actually, right here in this tavern, when these two dwarves woke up, they immediately started cleaning things down, wiping things down. This place is obviously in disrepair because Kai the Young doesn't come back down here to kind of tend bar very often anymore. He might not even ever come down here, at least he hasn't for a long time, given the state of things. And the fact that they're cleaning it up might mean that they are still a little bit of afraid of, like, what if he does come down, you know? So they might be a little frightened at that prospect of him waking up in the middle of the day and coming back downstairs and seeing how bad things have got.
So then I'm going to take the most cluttered corner that they can see, and I'm going to cast Minor Illusion, and it's basically going to be the fattest, warded, ugliest rat that is of reasonable size. I want it to look like a reasonable rat, but like cat-sized, like. And I'm actually going to make some sort of. I actually have to look how the spell works. I don't really remember. But
I think just do it. That's fine.
Okay.
Describe what it looks like in the corner.
So in the corner, what I would do is I would probably use the angle, and it would be squat and fat and sitting there. It looks like a well-fed rat. So this is certainly a problem, and it's not, something that you can ignore because of its size. So its snout and everything just looks slightly bigger than it should and more grotesque. And Quint would point as he cast the spell, and he would say, "Oh my stars and garters. Look at the size of that rat!"
Jeez, Gillen, get the sword.
Places of food. Maybe we need to leave. There are rats everywhere. Look, and now at this point I start pointing to places there aren't rats. I'm like, there goes one, and one just ran into that room. Two rats. This is disgusting. Why don't you just say this?
We will take care of it now. Just please be quiet. The young Kai the Young is sleeping. Get the crossbow. And Gillen starts running into a closet. And hey, what do you guys do while they're flustered?
Pebble's eyes widen, seeing the rat, and it almost looks like he's about to take off. But then he looks over at Orin, and Orin goes,
So maybe a poor choice of animal there, Quint.
But seeing Orin shake his head like, Pebble kind of gets this dejected look on his face, like, all right.
I was about to say dibs. Dibs.
Don't get the crossbow. So I would certainly try to, if possible, open this door. Now I would say that I would look for some sort of handle, but I would try my best to do so quietly, but I don't think that it would work. I think that it would be very much a matter of, like, it's either heavier than he expects, so he pulls it a little too hard, or otherwise.
Yeah. Well, and actually there is a handle. That's kind of what your foot kicked earlier. It's not like it's secret per se. It's just really hard to spot. But once you open it up, Thoric and Gillen are just scrambling about, just doing untold things and whatnot, attacking fake rats and having hallucinations. You know what that's like. You can't judge. And as soon as the doors open, you look down and you can see a dark, what what would you call it? Just the opening goes straight down, and then it's just a very dark room. You can't really see at the bottom.
So to cover this and make it so that it makes sense, I would actually try to shout, "There's 2 in that room over there. If you don't go and get them, I'm going to wake up your master immediately. I'll go and I'll wake Kavi Young right now. If you don't, go into that room and destroy those rats. Everyone else, leave immediately. My people are leaving. We're leaving here, and I'm going to stay to be sure that you're doing the job."
Yes, my lord. And he grabs a mug and he sips from it and he spits it out, and then he wipes it up immediately, and then they run into the other room to try to stop the rat infestation.
So I would take this bottle that I'm carrying around, and I would want to cast light on it and basically drop it in this very dark hole and see what happens, realizing only after I've let it go that may not be a very good idea.
Okay. So you drop it, and it's glass, you said?
Yes, it's glass, and once held alcohol. And I basically scrambled to find, but because everything, while it is dirty, there's nothing necessarily to grab. I didn't want to drop any weapons or anything down there, so in lieu of something else, it's just like, well, I have it.
Almost immediately after you drop it, it falls down, and then smash! You hear the glass just spread out on the stone floor.
Nymeria walks over and seeing the glass just smashed to smithereens, and also having dark vision. Was there anything in the light that was cast by it?
What? I'm sorry. Say that again. You cut out for me.
Since there was light in it briefly, and my character has dark vision, can she see if there is actually anything of danger?
No, you don't see anything dangerous. What you see is kind of a passageway, stone passageway.
Then, looking up to the others, she gestures that they should probably, hurry and maybe get in. And she herself sits on the edge and then lets herself just jump down in there.
Excellent. Everybody else follow suit?
Yes, I would sit on the edge and sort of, after a few moments, hoping that she can, if possible, get out of the way, say something stupid like, "Fire in the hole." And I would proceed
Geronimo.
to drop down.
Pebble actually hops off of Gaharl's shoulders before he jumps down and kind of flies down and lands on Nymeria's shoulder, and then Orin would follow after Gaharl's jump down.
Okay.
So Pebble's kind of scoping it out too once he gets down there with his dark vision.
And Quint would close the door behind them, staying up there to corroborate the lie he made up.
Okay, great. So are you going to jump in after them or go a separate way?
For now, I was going to stay topside and try to make sure no one follows them, at least for a little while.
I see. Okay, great.
So split the party like a bad idea.
Oh, no, it's great. So you hear kind of a scuffling in the other room as they are kind of cleaning up, and you hear Thoric say, "Do you see where the rat went? Where'd it go? I don't see it." And Gillen says, "It's over there." And he says, "No, that's a mop, idiot." And there's bickering about, and in kind of this hole in the floor, you see just a long passageway, and you actually see many turns, like it's a hallway with lots of passageways connected to it. You have no idea how far this spans, but as soon as you go down there, almost by automation, torches just everywhere, kind of flooding the area with this light, allowing you to see wherever you walk. So the farther you walk, the torches behind you will disignite, and then ones in front of you will ignite. At least that's what it seems like. So the walls are made of excellently crafted stone, albeit they're quite old. It looks like this series of passageways expands just throughout the city.
Well, that's unsettling, Pebble says as the torches ignite.
Nymeria digs around in her bag for a charcoal pencil that I believe, I forget if it was Orin or Quint that gave it to her.
It was Orin.
Oh, yeah.
It was Orin, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And having been stuck in a tunnel before, as they go along, she puts marks on the walls every 10 feet or so just to make sure that they're not just going in an endless loop.
Ah, nice idea.
Smart.
It's always good to have a smart person in the party. I'm just going to open up the hatch. Whatever. I'm just going to jump down in there. I'm going to take this bottle of alcohol and throw it down in there. Whatever.
Doing it.
We just throw things at other things until they work. That's how we operate.
Faux show, bro.
So I look to the others and I say, or Pebble says, it looks like these tunnels might spread throughout the entire city. What do you lot think?
I would be curious more than anything to see if there was a way here to get to the Kai the Young's alleged tower. I don't know if there was maybe an obvious door inside the tavern or something, but I would imagine that if this does stretch throughout the city, that would be the first place I'd want to go after all of the charades we played, and now just being very curious if it's possible that he's a vampire.
Yeah, I'm also curious, too, to see if there's maybe an opening into the Khan's chambers, and that maybe that's how the murderer got in there.
Is there anything that could potentially tell us if other people have been down here? Would it be obvious, or is it just sort of stone and it looks like, it's not necessarily moss or dirt or anything that we could easily see? Maybe people have been here.
It's not mossy, but it's definitely musky. So it's not frequently traveled all the time, but it's definitely maintained. There's every once in a while you'll see periodic ladders going upward to what can be perceived as the ceiling. When you were in the temple, the tavern that you were just in, you did see a couple doors here and there, one which perceivably would lead to the tower. You don't see a ladder where that might be, but you see a ladder that is quite close by, that's next to what looks like a storage room, and that ladder is almost entirely sheared, as in the wood on it, there are 0 splinters. It's frequented all the time. And it's a ways down, I'm assuming that you've kind of gone down a little bit, come back, and looked around, and that's what you've discovered.
Yeah, and you said it was near a storage room?
Yes, a small storage room, maybe a couple meters by a few more meters.
Because if it has a door or something, basically I'd be curious to see what would be so close, because it could potentially give us some clues as to what.
Great. In this now, really quick, Quint, are you still in the temple?
I would like to, if I could see within reason that these two are kind of keeping themselves busy and that I could leave without it being entirely conspicuous, then I would try to slink quietly into the doorway as well.
Okay, great. You do so. And you kind of see the rest of your party ahead looking at this storage closet. There's no real door on it. In fact, it's just kind of a skin, like a leather, that's just hanging like a curtain that you just sweep to the side and walk through.
And I think
inside there.
I think I would.
Oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to say I think I would take notice of how interesting it looks to have a bottle that had light cast on it shattered on the ground.
Oh yeah.
Right, just because it would almost look bioluminescent, kind of. I think as it shattered, I would just kind of. Quint would definitely take notice of how beautiful that probably looked as he was going through the leather curtain.
Absolutely. And when you look at it, you have a flash, almost like lightning. And then there you are in the middle of the storm. This craft that you've been sailing is struck by another bolt of memory. So right now, we're going to say Matt, James, and Cassie are going to play Quint Rex, just asshole brothers that are just picking on him and making fun of him for his chosen career path.
Done.
Quint, yeah, James, you're gonna have to roleplay this, okay? So stay in character.
It's gonna be tough, James. It's gonna be really. It's gonna be a stretch.
James is a method actor.
So I'm gonna start by just giving it all to Quint Rec. Describe to me this kind of luthier's shop and what you're doing and what the scenario or scenery is.
So it's cozy, and somehow, even though it's full to the brim with small cabinets and drawers and trinkets, everything seems to have its place. So impossibly it doesn't look cluttered, although it should. Everything seems to be made of wood that can be. Lighter wood. And you could tell that the person who has made this the place where they work loves woodcrafting. They understand how to talk to the wood and let it talk back to you. How can it bend, and what shape lives in a log or a tree, and how to work that out by speaking back and forth to the wood. And so Quint certainly wouldn't have any sort of table himself. He's just an apprentice. He is, carrying the lemon oils and the other pieces, the whatnots, the small, files, and making sure that everything is clean. But that's more or less what it looks like.
So, I suppose we're visiting you at work, Quint, and we kind of walk in, and I actually you don't look up when we come in, and I strum my fingers on the nearest lute to get your attention. And I say, "Hey, Rec, what you working on?"
Oh, Robert, don't touch that. Oh, it's just been ready.
Yeah, I'd imagine we'd all be plucking and playing, just sort of messing with all manner of things, and sort of just doing that same, picking things up that we shouldn't, and everything that's the most breakable, absolutely, just no concern for your job at all.
So I'm holding on to like a bottle of decorative paint and taking off the top of it, wondering, where's a brush, and just, waving it around, considering maybe painting an unfinished loop that's on the table.
And I would look at Cassie and I'd say, "Wallace, no! You're breaking every rule. Please just don't touch anything. This isn't a fighter's ring. Just stand still. What? Forgive me. It's good to see you all today. So, what do I owe the visit?" And I'm trying to clean up and wipe things.
Robert would kind of come over to your table and reach over and kind of grab your ear a little bit and kind of tug you forward and say, "Well, we came by to wish you luck, little brother, on the ceremony tomorrow."
Oh, yes. Father's sword.
That's right. That's right.
It's around here somewhere. Oh, right there. Behind Richard. Richard, mind the sword?
And I would certainly, pick it up and play with it, knowing that full well that I shouldn't be. But you're sort of stuck in that area where you're at work, so you kind of have to be nice to us. And I'd sort of heft it and tell you, songs aren't going to do you any good tomorrow. Just your fists. And I think he's gonna screw it up. And I would say that to both Wallace and Robert. Like, certainly bringing them in on this, you're not gonna, it's not the sort of thing you can fail at, but it's the sort of thing we can certainly laugh at you about.
Yeah, probably gonna fail, I mutter as I put the paint back down loudly on the table and turn to look at the blade longingly. How is it that you, a ludist, what are you even doing? You get our father's blade. What kind of nonsense is this?
Well, you'll have your turn. You're next after me. The thing is, I probably will mess it up. I don't have big ham fists. I have little delicate fingers, but look what I can do. And I turn to some smaller, maybe stringed instruments like fiddles, things that I certainly didn't make, but maybe I repaired. Increasingly difficult repairs. And I would say, I know it's time for me to take up Father's sword, and then the ceremony, and then I hand the sword to you. I just don't want to be a fighter. It's not what I was made to do.
And I would tell him, I would say, the ham fists are, it's a way of life. I know you like playing your little instruments and fixing them and this and that, but it's just not what we were made to do. And I would sort of getting upset, and again I would get closer and begin to sort of grab his collar. And it's at this moment that someone walks in.
Yes.
And despite sort of being very much, trying to give him a hard time and, there when he's working and this and that, I feel like we would still respect the fact that, well, we don't really, it's very much a facade. We don't really want him to lose his job. It's just, so I kind of, ruffle it or like sort of pat it back down, and we kind of maybe like we start looking at things and pretending and just let him do his thing despite everything that was going on.
Yeah, and you notice someone's walking in because you hear a voice speak in just broken common. Some of us do not choose our destinies. And you look over and you see a very hooded figure with a cowl over his face. The only thing you can see of his face are chalk white eyes and the same color hair just dribbling out of his cloak. And to his side, he slides forward a beautiful harp, and he picks it up and he says, "I've heard your brother play before. He is not so bad as me." And kind of just gives you kind of a mysterious gaze and brushes the cowl back slightly, and you see just the blackest skin, unnaturally black skin. It occurs to you that this is one of the Drow or Drow in other common tongues. How would you say that, Matt? Drow or Drow?
I usually say Drow.
See, that's what I usually say too, and I switched it up today, and it just totally confused me.
You decided to get fancy with it? It backfired on you.
And you know that Drow usually come up to the city to trade, but at night. I mean, it's barely even evening yet. And he walks in, and like you said, I believe you are Richard. Richard, like you said, you don't. This is kind of a facade. You're picking on your brother, but you kind of maybe work your way out of the shop. You can describe to me how you do that if you'd like to, in any further detail, or if anyone wants to do that.
I would just say, like, we kind of take the hint as this guy comes in and we start heading out. But before we head out, I kind of lean over to Quint, and my voice is a little soft, and I call him little brother, not because he's younger than us, but because he's smaller than us. And I say, "Listen, little brother, I know this is what you've chosen to do, and it seems like you're damn good at it, but I don't understand it. But you gotta do something tomorrow. You gotta live up to the family name, or Dad's not gonna be happy. All right?" And I just kind of clap him on the shoulder, and I say, "We're all counting on you. Don't screw it up."
Wallace has never been very fond of his brother, who's gotten to have their father's sword, and just, he's like the special little brother. He's the younger one. He gets all this attention and whatnot, and pretty much he just gives him a glare, and quickly, at the sight of the Drow, making it very evident that he's very surprised and kind of scared, he quickly, like a dog with its tail between its legs, and gets out of the shop before the other brothers.
And I'd tell him, again, sort of dropping that, I'd sort of put my fist and my hand together and say, "Don't be late for dinner, I'll break that bloody nose of yours again." And I would very much, very obviously slink facing the Drow and sort of making sure it's very obvious that I'm uncomfortable by this. You know, again, very much a facade, and I would not want to get in trouble or otherwise just pretend I know everything, but in this case you can tell that I don't.
And Quint would, knowing, like when you said that, he would like touch his nose, like he remembers the pain.
As you work your way around him, you might, I think Wallace would probably give this Drow maybe a sneer or some sort of look, kind of being one of the youngest, but the toughest, the feistiest of the four, and the Drow moves forward toward you, Quintrek, as you kind of maybe go hastily back to working on something, and he sets the harp on a workbench, and he looks at this beautiful lute that you're working on, and he sees the text written on it. I do not understand these words. What does this say?
It's sort of a term for something that would warm one's heart. I call her the Maiden's Grin. It's my project to become more than just an apprentice. And I call it the Maiden's Grin because there's not much more than the grin of a fair maiden that warms my heart, except for building lutes.
But the inlays... The inlays are all wrong.
I know. I can't get them to stay. They keep bending up. It's warping. They were fine just a day ago, and now tomorrow is when they judge, and I just don't know what to do. And my brothers and the sword, I just am at my wits' end.
Settle down. Calm, please. I do not understand the fretting. You've used the wrong glue. Elder sap. I believe that's what you call it. Elder sap.
Yes.
I cannot fetch it. You would need to, for it is daytime. But if you were to mend my harp, and he kind of slides the beautiful harp forward with these beautifully crimson strings, and he just kind of brushes along it. And it rings on an A flat, just a really just dissonant, just beaming harmonic. And he says, we might be able to make a deal.
And Quint would pensively and cautiously put his hand towards the harp. I imagine it being...
Hold on. I'm sorry, Tim. I'm sorry to interrupt. Matt, could you please unmute your microphone and do it?
Yeah, I don't know if it's in tune. Tila might kill me. Hang on.
No, it's perfect if it's not, actually. And that's the exact sound. It's like gorgeous, and then it ends on this kind of ding, kind of tone. All right, I'm sorry, Tim. Quint, go ahead, continue.
That had to happen. Oh, yes! Everyone click on Matt.
Well, I'll make his... It's not working for me. Ooh. Wow. That is amazing.
Yeah, that is the single most expensive thing in our apartment.
You guys have the coolest musical stuff, and we'll talk about that later, but you have like an organ, a harp.
Yeah, we have a bitchin' electric organ, man.
Oh, yeah, I saw that in one of your videos.
Yeah.
All right, Quinn.
But I imagine that the harp, I imagine it as being bone white with almost a dark wash that fills in the cracks and the blood red strings, and I would just gingerly, but then I would have my profession overtake me, and my apprehension would disappear into craftsmanship, and I would, you've got these wound slightly wrong. I can definitely do this. What I will say, I have never seen blood copper in person. It's quite wonderful. But I think what I can do is, yes, I can definitely do is get this in working order for you. By the way, my name is Quint Rec Keen, and you are?
I know who you are. And you know who I am.
Oh. I believe I've seen you before.
I have traded in blood oranges in my past, and you may call me Valdzo.
Valdzo. It's a pleasure to meet you, Valdzo. I'll have your elder sap probably before sundown, really. I can leave now and be back in plenty of time.
Beautiful. That is precisely when I need the harp as well. So you fetch me the sap, I make your mixture, and we have a fair exchange.
Deal. And without thinking, Quint would put his hand out to shake Valdrazzo's hand.
He stares at it, and then he stares at you, and there's a reflection in his eyes that appeared when he saw you looking at the strings, the blood copper. And he kind of lets out a smile, and he grabs your hand and shakes it. And as soon as he does, there you are, staring at these shards of glass that have now faded in their bioluminescence into just basic glass. And everybody in the storage unit sees basically tons and tons and tons of barrels. Not just small barrels, not tons, obviously, just lots of barrels. And if you crack one open, you see they're filled with these vials of just tons and tons and tons of them. Tons and tons. I sound like an amateur Carl Sagan. Tons and tons and tons.
Billions and billions.
And billions.
So I would sort of, I feel like that, of course, Flashback would take a little while, and so I would hear him finally come down, and we'd be looking in the storage unit and have this revelation, but I'd sort of go get him, and for a moment I'd leave him in his sort of daydreaming state, and eventually I'd ask him, Quint, you all right?
Yes, just just taking it all in. Yeah. So what'd you find?
Well, we found more of this contraband and ladder that a lot of people seem to be using. So hopefully you're going to see where that leads.
As Quint and Gaharl are off talking, I would say Orin and Nymeria are probably kind of looking through the barrels, and Orin looks at Nymeria, and Pebble, who's still on Nymeria's shoulder, goes, "How much do you think all of this is worth?"
Nymeria, judging by the books, the ledger, this is, tens of thousands of gold crowns in this one storage closet.
I glance at the ledger and look back at Pebble and Orin, and say it's quite a good chunk. I can't believe that it's all down here, just sitting here like this. It's easily over thousands and thousands of coin.
That's a lot of gold.
Yeah, probably even more than that.
And behind one of the barrels, you see what looks to be a small satchel. I believe it was whoever cracked the barrel open would see it.
So upon opening one of the barrels and letting a few of the small vials of the mania potion kind of flow through my fingers, surprised, can't believe that it's all here. I find this small satchel and lightly tapping it before actually holding it up, I tentatively decide to open it.
What you see inside is the third piece of the Rod of Seven Parts that you have discovered. Emblazoned on it is the seal of Lamacor, the Yuan-Ti, also known as the Were Snake. It kind of looks like a camshaft.
Guys! Nymeria shouts, only to quiet down a little bit as her voice pretty much echoes in the chamber. There's another rod thingy, whatever. There's another one. I say,
piece of 7.
Yes, thank you. That.
And
go
ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay.
No, you go ahead.
It's at this point that, in the back of my mind, what Quint said to us before about how he doesn't believe it and everything, sort of almost something that Grim doesn't fully realize, but he begins to think that this is a little bit too easy. But it's not even a conscious thought. He just thinks, wow, 3, in such quick succession, and it's almost like, after some of the people we've met and some of the things, he almost gets the sense that it might be orchestrated, but still is kind of like, well, still believes in the Rod of Seven Parts and everything, but there's just something sort of nagging at him about what Quint said back at the hut about, about magic.
No. And as soon as you kind of show this gleaming object, we are going to take a 5-minute break. Really quick, everybody, it kind of looks like we might run a little longer tonight. Is that okay with everybody?
I'm down.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, cool. So, I'll do my best not to, and I'm sure that, it's entirely possible. Sorry, Vince, I know,
No,
dude, I'm so sorry.
That's the other cat being indignant right now.
Oh, sorry. Okay, but we'll do our best to not. But if it happens, it happens, and we'll see all you viewers in 5 minutes. Thank you for the many people that have been watching and commenting, and catch you guys in a little bit.
Awesome.
welcome. First one back. I'm gonna look at comments. I saw in the Q&A app, a lot of people were asking about whether we were all in on the flashback scenes, and the answer is no. I had no idea that was happening tonight. I think that was something that Barker and Tim worked on a little bit together, but I also think that it was a lot of improv for Tim as well. So, yeah, those were a lot of fun. Barker gets really creative with the narrative of the game, and he's given me a lot of inspiration for my own DMing style. So I appreciate all of the kind of cool narrative stuff that he does. So.
Awesome. Any cool comments?
Nope, no comments. I'm just kidding. There's like 50.
Like, really?
There's one, and it says, "You're all bad." That's all it says.
Like, bad isn't good?
I'm just kidding.
Oh.
I was just thinking it'd be funny if we're like, all right, let's check the comments, and we go, and it's just like, "You're all bad."
What the hell are you guys doing with your lives? Actually, you know what? There's one in there. I think it says, "I'll pray for you." And I don't know if that's like, "Hey guys, I can't see your game, but good thoughts and prayers your way. I hope it goes well," or "You're playing Dungeons and Dragons.
I'll pray for
you.
You heathens."
Kind of self-righteous type of, "I'll pray for you." Thanks.
Thanks.
And if you wrote that comment, some clarification would be pretty
That
cool.
would be great.
No problem.
Yeah, I was just briefly, there were a lot of Q&A questions about if we were all in on the flashback scenes, and I was just saying, no, we were not.
Dude, no, not even a little bit. What I do is, okay, so Tim sent me kind of a story about his character, and it's a pretty long story, and there are a lot of like finer points in it that I really wanted to focus on, like, oh my god, I want to talk about this, I want to show this and this. So I'm kind of doing it like an episode of Lost, where throughout the episode there are flashbacks for this one person instead of just doing the intro for him. And so far, dude, you guys are ripping it.
No,
Matt.
It's been awesome, man. You wouldn't think something like that would meld in so seamlessly, but it just does. It just works, and you're doing an awesome job at finding the appropriate beats, like the little lulls where you can kind of inject one of those in. So that's just awesome.
Cool.
I just realized I forgot to lock the front door, so I will be right back.
Yeah, go do that. Puyallup, our town.
So I don't get robbed.
Yep. Again, thank you everybody who's here watching. We're on our 5-minute break. Yeah, post your comments or questions in the comments below. Hopefully we're going to be able to stay about 30 minutes after the session. This session might run a little bit longer than I anticipated, which is fine. There's just, and it's a little sandboxy. But I'm cool with that. And so I don't know how long it's going to run, to be honest. So I just kind of have to take a guesstimate before I start the game, like how long it will go. And it's starting to look like it's going to go over. So we'll do it as quickly as possible. But these bunch of players are just awesome storytellers and just really take the reins and do just a bunch of stuff and give me inspiration while the game is happening. So the plot is constantly in motion. So
yeah. It's the same way with the Provokers, man. It's just like I'm almost planning the session as the session is happening because I'm like, oh, that would be so cool if that happened.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. So
for sure.
Also, Barker, you end up not being able to see it, but I want you to know that I wrote on my whiteboard the winds of Sir Salin, and I made a little wind symbol right next to it.
Oh, I see that. Talk a little bit more so we can see it.
Here, so what I did was I took my whiteboard and I took a little dry erase marker, and I just threw that together. A little something I did.
That's a fan art.
This little fan art for the winds of Sir Salin.
Oh my god! I almost forgot. I gotta show off the fan art before we get started, I'm going to try to pronounce your name correctly. It looks like Virginie, but I think I would pronounce it Virginia. I'm not sure, but you should tell me and not hate me for not knowing. But you know what? At the end of the game, I will definitely share that because we got some really dope art of the characters.
Yeah. That art that you showed us in the chat.
If you didn't already, I thought we could basically address a few of these questions real quick in the Q&A app because they're mostly about the flashbacks.
We already did, James.
Okay.
So
well, just
while you were gone.
Yeah, just making sure. I always forget, and I checked, and I thought, oh man, there's a bunch of questions.
Yeah, no, I forgot about it too. And then when you said that, I went over and checked, and everyone was just like, "Oh, were you guys all in on the flashbacks?" So, yeah, we basically just said that no, we totally weren't. We're just kind of off the cuff, improving, and I liked it.
I'll say that I was thinking about sending out character sheets for all the NPCs that you'd play, but at the last minute, I mean, they're all in a pile somewhere because it was like, we'll just do narrative control. Just completely storytelling.
No, well, that totally worked out. I mean, even in the fight that Quint's dad and the other guy had, it was just like it's just an action scene. So we'll just kind of take turns riffing on an action scene.
Awesome.
So,
and I think that works with this group. Like, we play it a lot like an improv troupe. That, Matt, you do something, and it's like yes, and like kind of like the video that you just made.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and then you're like, and then I grab you, and I try and like grapple you, and it's like yes, but like yes, you do that, but I throw my weight backwards,
Right.
And so it's like you can use those improvisational phrases even if you're not a dungeon master. So, I was channeling my Roddy Piper from They Live during that fight. Put on the glasses!
Dude, that fight scene is like 10 minutes.
I know.
Awesome.
Put on the sunglasses or you're going to be eating that trash can. I love that fight scene.
Okay, so we'll kick it off. We'll get back started. And I'm just going to do just a little bit of narrative for kind of maybe an underground labyrinth scene because I really don't want this to go on for too long. But before I do, I want to tell you guys a little secret. I tried out something new. I do not know who the killer is. I have a list. Yeah, I have a list of options, and every once in a while, someone's going to die, and that person will obviously have not been the killer.
It's Quint Wreck. I'm just gonna put that out there right now.
It could be any one of us. We don't know. He doesn't know. Nobody knows.
And Barker says, "You're the murderer," and I'm like, "Wait, I don't want to be the murderer." No, you are.
It was Quint Wreck with the loot in the Khan's chambers.
It's a more complicated game of Clue.
How long do we usually play for, guys?
About 3.5 hours.
Okay, all right.
I think usually a 12-hour time, right?
12 your. Okay, cool.
Yeah, because that would be 9 my time. We usually run till about 9 or 9:30 my time. So.
Okay, this might be a two-parter then, but basically, this whole labyrinth is filled with ladders that reach different places around the city, and you see that the ladder next to the storage area is actually leading to a hatch inside Khan Kalo's chambers that was covered, and the other ladders obviously lead elsewhere, and I would like you to roll a D6 Cassie. And tell me what number you get.
I got a 3. Right.
Okay.
That DM line.
Okay, crossing that person off.
I hope so.
What?
With a roll of a D6, you just decided the fate of another human being.
Oh god.
I have some bad news, Gaharl. No, I'm kidding. Sorry.
All of a sudden, the game just becomes the cube.
Yeah. Nice. I've seen that movie.
Oh yeah.
An episode of
right.
Roll and Die? No. Okay.
Understood that reference.
Yeah. All right. You pick a ladder and climb up and open the hatch, and you see a large room. Beautiful elvish furnishings. Big bed, mirrors everywhere. Gorgeous room, but there is blood everywhere. And in the middle of the blood is standing Sir Roderick, the half-elf wearing the elvish armor, holding a blood-covered amulet that belonged to Lady Erin. And as you step through the hatch, he looks at you and says, weeping, "You're too late."
My immediate reaction, especially after earlier, despite being very curious about who the killer is, I would immediately look to Quint and sort of try and draw his gaze like all the same things that we said earlier, like, hey, listen, we're gonna figure it out. This is gonna be a lot of misadventures in trying to get them, but sort of assuring him that we'll bring them to retribution.
Don't you talk to me like that. You don't know. You don't know anything. Ah! Ah! And he falls to the floor, weeping and just covered in her blood. And when he settles down, she was just sworn in. Not an hour ago. Who's going to lead us?
Did you... God, Nymeria is furious at this, at seeing what's going on, and why this man who was just supposedly killed Lady Erin is just in a wreck. And out of anger and perhaps confusion, she rushes forward and with her quarterstaff does a sweep up as if trying to knock him backwards, not full force, not wanting to actually, cause serious injury, but get him to kind of snap out of it and say, "What the heck just happened?"
You tell me. I walked in, and I have to tell somebody, but I don't know who to tell.
Well, it seems that whatever entity is responsible for these killings, that perhaps they're aware that we're looking for them, and they are acting quickly, very quickly.
You came from under there. How do we know you didn't do it?
Well, to be fair, mate, you're the one covered in her blood, and we're not.
He looks down.
We're here to help.
At that point, Quint would actually, you would see as Gaharl, kind of turned to him and tried to make sure that he was not, too emotionally wrecked. The thing that Quint would do is you'd see him kind of quiver, and he would kind of grit his teeth, and you'd see Gaharl, if you were looking at Quint, you'd see one of his eyes sort of flicker red as he was blinking, and kind of just, and then he would turn and he would vomit at the feet of Sir Roderick, just, and he would kind of wipe, and he would just, we've got to find the killer.
Turning to Roderick in anger, suppressed anger and certainly confusion, and then disgust at the pile of vomit at his feet. She looks him straight in the eye and for a moment reaches with her quarterstaff as if to hit him across the face with it, but instead her staff stops maybe 6 inches from his face as she tries to reel herself in and says, "So what did you see? Can you just get to the point already? We see that we've been late. That's terrible. Great. But if we wait any longer, this could happen again."
He says, "I heard a ruckus. A fight, it sounded like. I heard a scream for but a few seconds, and then I came in here and this, and then you came up from the hatch."
Where's her body, anyways? All this blood. But nothing to speak of?
He looks blankly. Someone give me a wisdom check. Nice. All right. Ellipses 4. Nymeria. Looking around, there seem to be 2 entrances to this room. The hatch that you came in through, and the doorway that Sir Roderick came through. And by what he said, this just happened. Not some minutes ago, 10 minutes ago.
I should go after them. It must be, if this just happened, they must still be in this labyrinth. And at least, perhaps now we have a trail. Perhaps their feet have, there's all, I know it's morbid, but there's all this blood on the floor. They could have left a trail behind them.
And you look at the floor and all the blood around, and you just came from the labyrinth. You came from the labyrinth, and he came from the throne room, and neither of you saw anybody run out. I mean, what does that mean?
Floating around.
I'm going to go ahead and cast Detect Magic as an at-will.
Okay.
Just kind of put my fingers to my temple, and my eyes kind of shimmer with a strange coppery color, and I kind of scan the room.
Strangely bland. You see that the amulet that Roderick is holding is glowing, like it is some sort of magical amulet that she wore. There is a wardrobe on the side wall that is kind of shining a bit, but it's only around the locking mechanisms, so it might be a magical lock.
Okay.
If anyone wants to make an investigation check to see what else you see, that's fine as well. Or we can roleplay through it. It's up to you. Describe to me what you do, Gaharl.
So what I would like to do is, more or less, especially being a murderous, something trudging around and following Tritherion, the god of retribution and generally making things right, I would like to use the spell Divination. And it basically it requires a sacrificial offering appropriate to my religion, and I would try and find something in the room that belonged to her, something that wasn't blood, but potentially a scrap of clothing or just anything that may have belonged to her. So I'd walk around collecting various things, and basically this puts me in contact with a god or a god's servants, and I'm able to ask a single question concerning a specific goal, event, or activity. Now, the main thing is the spell says the activity to occur, so it doesn't necessarily say that I can see what did happen, but what may happen. Okay. Which of course makes a little more difficult to figure something out. But furthermore, it says the reply might be cryptic or an omen, or it's certainly not a direct answer. I'm asking a god for help, and they're kind of maybe nudging me in the right direction. So I would sort of, as everyone's potentially looking around, I would find some things and try and do this. And
Okay.
I'm trying to think of the question I would ask, but I guess the idea would be I would probably ask where potentially I knowing that it may
don't listen to your brother. Don't listen to your brother, James.
knowing the idea being that Garharl has done this before, so knowing that a cryptic answer has certainly happened. He's tried this before in similar situations, and the obvious question is usually the one that the god almost laughs at you. Certain things can't be divined because they can be changed by different things, and again, it of course has to be in the future. So, Gaharl knows that he has to tread carefully because he's been giving false or otherwise very cryptic answers that after the fact become very clear, but certainly don't help before. So knowing this, he certainly takes his time, and I think that he would ask what would cause something to do this, and searching for retribution would want to know the motive of such potentially angry, splaying of blood everywhere.
Okay, so that's one hell of that's more of a comment, really.
Was there a question there?
I feel like that was a 9-minute run-on sentence with a lot of questions in it. No,
it really was.
No, it's fine actually. And I mean, here's the deal: is you've only done this once before, and the response that you get is the exact same as before. It's from inside. It's even before you ask the question, you feel it, because it's almost like this being, this higher power, this deity that you're trying to connect with is just, it knows you better than you know yourself. And so you hear a voice. A symbol that the dwarves would make is not one that an elf would take.
And after doing this and potentially sort of fading out of the general realm of what everyone's doing, and I would bring this to the group. I would tell them basically what he said and trying to figure it out more, hoping that they would have more insight, having heard this particular cryptic thing before. It's basically he's not very good at things like this, so he very much is like, hey, so what do you guys think?
And as you're explaining it, really quick, back to Quint's investigation check, you're kind of crawling under the bed, and you see everything has been shoved aside. And there is what looks to be a footlocker underneath the bed.
Would the lock look the same?
Yes, actually, it would look the same, if not similar, if not the same one. And it's locked though.
Would I? I think what I would do, inquisitively, I would probably try to pop the lock myself if it looked similar. Meaning, like, I don't probably have a pebble feather, but actually maybe I would have kept that. Like, if I would have just dug around, I'd probably pull out the pebble feather. It'd probably be bent, and those little pieces in between missing, cartoonishly. But I would probably try to kind of pick the lock, and see what I could manage.
Okay, so you kind of pull it out and do that. On the top, Gaharl, you would notice this symbol this seal of the Yonti, which is very interesting, being in the Elvish room. And underneath it, you see the branded words, "The Apothecary." And you open the lock, as you did before, and inside of it, it looks like the exact same footlocker. You see vials, and but no journal, just basic stuff. And I'd like to go ahead and fill in, Quint.
I think, if I may, I know it's really not. I feel like I would try to look around to see if there was another. Is there another ledger or journal or any other record of this? Like before, or is this simply just an empty box full of all those different things?
It seems to be just an empty box full of those different things. And when you turn around, just to kind of give a shrug, everybody else, you see behind Quintrek as he turns around like, I don't get it, guys, a massive growing shape behind him, just huge, and it seems to be this chest, and it just gets larger and larger and larger, and then it opens up, and then teeth just begin jacking out of the top and the bottom of the chest, and these legs just sprout up, and you hear a and these tentacles just flashing out of it, and Quintrek is like, I don't get it, guys. And this massive thing, picture this with legs.
Yeah.
And everybody roll initiative. There's going to be a surprise round. There's going to be a surprise round for the Mimic.
Oh, the what? The what, Barker?
I'm going to call it the Mimic. Just
you're going to call it? That's a weird name for it.
Yeah.
Not bad initiative. Oren, good job.
Actually.
Oh, man. I'm top of the initiative.
What's Pebbles also?
Oh, bleh.
Who gives a shit? No,
Who cares about Pebble?
I don't care about Pebble.
No one I don't know why I became Jimmy Stewart there, but no one cares about Pebble.
No one cares about Pebble.
Grace, no one cares about Pebble. Sorry.
You better be.
I need to bookmark his shit.
Oh, good.
Pebble got 10.
Pebble got 10. Okay, so I'm actually.
Although I think with Pebble, I actually have to use my action to have him do stuff during combat.
Let's just keep it as you. Is that okay, guys?
Yeah.
If we just keep Pebble, okay, that makes it easier on me too.
Because I actually have to give up my action to have Pebble do attacks and stuff like that.
Okay, cool, perfect. So this massive creature that looks structurally like a footlocker and monstrously like a beast with a massive tongue and tentacles just kind of flailing around, is standing behind Quint and will just immediately attempt to bite at Quintrek.
So, I think I have to stop you right there.
Go ahead, stop me right here. I think I want to stop you right there, DM.
You can just put the brakes on this whole thing. I think. Quint has the feat that is called Alert, which means that he cannot be surprised, and creatures cannot get advantage if they're hidden.
No, it says
Shit.
Creatures can't get advantage if they're hidden unless it's hilarious or adds to the story. Don't forget that part.
Oh, gotcha. Or adds to the story. Gotcha. So Barker, the way that I would imagine it, and you stop me at any point here, but
Nope.
Quint would just be like, it's empty. What is the journal? And that incredibly amazing cinematic thing would happen, and you would see Quint kind of snap to and just kind of close his eyes, and as the thing went, he would just tumble out of the way.
Awesome. Cool. So, what mechanically is that? He just dodges?
It's just that he can't be surprised, so I don't know if you want to... In other words, the surprise round is null, so...
Perfect. No, that's
that was
awesome.
Like a role-play thing. I can still be next to the creature for the sake of...
No, that's awesome. And in fact, what we'll do is like a drop of just goop just plops on your shoulder as you're just focused and goes down to bite. You dodge out of the way. Orin, what do? You and Pebble.
All right. So, I actually, I'm a bit shocked seeing this. Well, a bit shocked. I sort of stumble backwards a bit, and Pebble's feathers get ruffled up, and I just sort of instinctively start making symbols in the air with my hands, and Pebble begins chanting in that strange Sylvan language, and I kind of almost like bend over backwards and crawl towards the wall. I'm casting spider climb on myself.
Cool.
And I start scrambling up the wall, and I'm not grabbing onto anything. I'm literally just putting my hands on the wall and just scrambling like 15 feet up the wall, getting as far away from this chest as possible.
Okay, very cool. Roll a perception check.
Ooh. 15.
Great. On your way up, you kind of pass by this wardrobe, and you begin to see this sticky secretion beginning to ooze out of the wardrobe.
So, Pebble cries out, "The wardrobe! The wardrobe!"
Awesome. And next will be this thing that has just tried to bite at Quint. Quint, you dodge out of the way, and this thing will, let's see, it will continue to pursue you, though. You're on its left, and it kind of, you hear the sound of locks and chains and these glass vials just breaking out of it, splattering on the floor. This substance is just everywhere, and glass is everywhere, and he's going to just chomp at you. And what's your AC? I should have asked you at the beginning, sorry.
16.
16. Well, that is most definitely a miss.
Woohoo!
So describe to me the miss.
I would imagine that it would be in quick succession. So as the mimic tries to bite, it's kind of a double bite to where it's like this bite, and then Quint moves, and then it tries to bite again quickly. And I would imagine that as it's starting to come down and bite, I would probably kick over, if there was something that wasn't a mimic in the room, maybe a coat rack, maybe a classic coat rack scene, you know, where the mimic bites down on it, like, and it snaps it in half.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, oh my gosh, I'm losing my nerd points. Like Luke Skywalker shoving that bone into the mouth of...
Exactly.
Okay.
It's the Rancor.
Thank you, the Rancor. I'm sorry. I was like, that wasn't a bantha.
Sarlacc? I think you mean Sarlacc. I'm not a...
It's a great pillow cartoon.
Like a toothpick in a Bugs Bunny cartoon.
Yeah, that happens and just snaps the coat rack in half. And Nymeria, you see all this happening. You see just this mess on the floor. What do you do?
First, as it's coming to life, and I see Orin quickly backing up and pointing out the wardrobe, I quickly turn my focus. Well, I keep it on this giant, chomping chest, and quickly hoping to delay it, maybe if only for a little bit, I cast a wind wall on it.
Okay.
Which,
on the kind of the wardrobe?
No, on the chest to knock it back.
Okay, cool.
Yes. You make a wall up to 50 feet long, 15 feet high, and a foot thick. Each creature within its area must make a strength saving throw. In this case, the save is 14. And it gets 3d8 bludgeoning damage, or half that if it fails. I mean, if it makes the save.
Okay, great. So it basically gets slammed against the back wall.
Yes.
Fails. Okay, so what's the DC? It's got a strength of +3. I shouldn't have told you that, but it definitely failed. It rolled a 5.
Yay. So 3d8. Let's see.
Okay.
Oh, wait, I got a first hit.
Yeah, roll it.
Yeah.
Well,
Right?
usually when there's a save, you don't try to hit it, right?
No, you don't have to roll to hit. He's hit because he's been saved, I believe.
Okay. 4, 1, and 7. Yay. Okay.
So is that a total of 12?
Yes.
I can
And,
add. I can do maths. Describe to me what happens to this chest, this mimic creature, as it gets thrown against the back wall.
So Nymeria takes her quarterstaff and she sweeps it along the ground and then quickly upwards. And the spell pretty much follows the path of her staff, first in a small wave, just going across the floor, and then as it hits the chest, it just immediately goes up.
Nice.
And almost a thunderous crash, sending the mimic back into the wall with the splinter of wood and stone being heard behind it
Very cool.
as it falls to the floor.
Yeah, and for a moment it just shrinks back its chest and then grows again. It's like trying to maintain itself, and like you said, shards of wood, shards of stone. A lock comes flying off. I mean, it did quite a bit to hurt this thing. Good job. Is there anything else you want to do on your turn before it is Quint's turn?
Concentrating on maintaining the wall, she instead shouts, mimicking Orin, saying, "The wardrobe, the wardrobe."
Okay.
Somebody get it.
Okay, I would like everybody to do me a favor and just make a relatively easy, you can choose either a dexterity check to start to kind of avoid this swirling just bits of these substances that are flying around, both hallucinogenic and what would you say, kind of we're all I can English today, I swear. We'll just say lethargic in property. Kind of all right. Shrooms and oxycodone are just swirling around the room. And do you want to try to avoid these substances?
Why would I want to avoid those substances?
No. Oh my God! This is just like a body.
When you say it like that, I'm.
So making us go crazy or get really tired and just be like, nah.
Okay.
Are we making checks or saves, Barker?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're gonna go ahead and make saves, either dexterity to avoid it or Constitution to kind of be strong enough to not have it.
Grim rolls to Pac-Man.
What's that?
Grim rolls to Pac-Man everything.
Nom 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 nom.
I am going to use my point of inspiration from last session.
Cool.
That's better.
Well, I'm sorry. Can I just say, everybody take a point of inspiration for all of your. I keep forgetting about that. For all of your amazing acting in the narrative impromptu sessions that you had no idea about before.
Thank God.
Please, thank you.
Use it immediately.
Okay, cool. Feel free, brother.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So the DC of this one is quite easy. It's just a 7. So everybody has passed it. You're good to go. I'm going to roll for the mimic.
Oh, I hope the mimic gets high.
Yeah.
Oh,
are you kidding me?
We're gonna have a transcendental spiritual experience with a couple of mimics.
Closing my mouth.
It has an immunity to acid, and I think hallucinogenic. Oh my gosh!
And he's no fun at raves.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so yeah,
They
he's
make
actually,
raves. There's a bunch of chests floating around.
They all have pacifiers.
dude. This die has rolled like 4 threes in a row, so you're welcome. So it will actually begin taking on. I'll explain the properties in a bit. So next up is Quint. What are you going to do?
So everyone keeps yelling the wardrobe, the wardrobe, the wardrobe. So I think I would probably go after the wardrobe.
Yeah. And of course, by everyone, he means Pebble.
Well, no, Nymeria too.
Right.
And Nymeria too.
Oh, really? Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that. Yeah. Okay. So you turn around and you see this wardrobe. Your passive perception, actually, yeah, you see that it's beginning to secrete this sticky ichor.
Okay. But would it be easy for me to touch?
Sure.
Okay. So
If I had a dime for every time I said that, I would have a dime.
I would have 20 cents.
Okay.
20 cents and 1/2. So what I would do is actually I would loose Keen Grin, and there's actually sort of a latch, and I would unsnap it, and you would see basically what I'm doing is I'm grabbing the string that's on it. I call it an Agzin string. The Agzin string, I'm more or less holding it kind of like a garrote.
Mm-hmm.
And so what I would do is I would go over to the wardrobe, and I would sort of, I mean, it's not a person, so it's tough to say, well, how would you
Choke him out.
how do you choke out a wardrobe? But I guess I would try to get at an angle to where I could wrap as much as I could around as much as it had.
Okay.
James just typed in, I have to read it. James just typed into the comments, wrap it around his knob.
Guys.
I'm sorry.
No,
So-
don't be sorry.
All right, so
It's getting late. No, okay. Yeah, go ahead. Roll for it.
So I wrap it, and so what I'm doing is, but I do have to kind of like punch it in a way because I have to touch. This is a touch spell. I'm basically, as I get close to this wardrobe, I utter Istanbul, and you hear probably a very strange tongue. Maybe Nymeria would recognize it, but it's certainly not anything that you would immediately recognize other than it sounds probably vile is the word I would use. And I'm going to bestow a curse on this. So you actually have to make a wisdom saving throw or become cursed, and I get to choose from 4 separate conditions. And my spell save DC is a 17.
Well, that was a 16, so...
Woo! So the curse that I choose is that while cursed, the target must make a wisdom save at the start of each of its turns. If it fails, it wastes its action and does nothing.
Okay, great. Now, what if that were already going to happen? Not so hypothetically because of the drugs that it's consumed.
Oh. You know what? I would still do it because Quint wouldn't know that.
Okay, all right. I'll give you a little bit of... I'll give him a... It's a wisdom saving throw?
A wisdom. Each turn you got to give me a wisdom at that 17. And
Then he'll have disadvantage. That's what I'll say.
perfect.
Okay, great. Excellent. And you're kind of wrapping this thing around, and the mouth begins to kind of jut out. And you see that you have this garret kind of right in between kind of the teeth that are beginning to appear on this wardrobe. So it's kind of like right in the in the lips, right in the mouth. So beautiful. Next up, we're gonna go with Grim Gaharl Clanless.
All right. So, so right now we have a chest that was more or less pushed and hurt, but still, very much chomping, right?
Yes.
And then we have the wardrobe that everyone's running to. So what I'd like to do is I would like to charge the chest, but on my way to engage it and hopefully sort of keep it at bay-ish while they handle the wardrobe, I want to cast Guiding Bolt on the wardrobe. And Guiding Bolt is a flash of light. So basically I'm running with my battle axe towards the chest, and I shoot a flash of light, and so I'll make a ranged spell attack, and on a hit, do a whole bunch of damage, hopefully.
But really quick, you said the chest after you said the wardrobe.
I'm sorry, I'm running toward the chest to engage it potentially later, but I'm shooting the Guiding Bolt at the wardrobe. So it's sort of like a
like Matt Click would say, you're doing some John Woo shit.
John Woo shit, man. Just like, and hitting that, and like, I don't know, maybe doing something cool, hopefully not falling down. All that stuff.
Okay.
So 22 on my ranged attack, my ranged spell attack, which I'm gonna hope is a hit.
That is a quit, and it's a quit. That's a hit, and it's also a crit because for the next 2 rounds you are able to get automatic crits on this thing because it's not fully formed yet.
Oh, awesome! All right, so I'm gonna do 4d6 radiant damage. I only have 3, so we're gonna get to roll again. So.
Well, okay, cool. So that's a 24, right? If it's an auto crit.
20... Oh, I forgot. How do you do crits? Are you just going?
I've always done it max damage and then you roll the dice again. Is that the same with spells, Matt?
Yeah, I would say that'd probably be the same with spells. I think that's rules as written. That's how it goes. So.
Oh,
cool.
Okay. Yeah. Jeez, you said crit, and I was like, oh, that's exciting, and I was just so excited to roll 4d6 that I forgot that I was going to destroy this thing. So it's basically max damage plus what I roll?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. So, I didn't mean to hurt it that bad.
I'm sorry!
Sorry, wardrobe.
21. So
like, oh, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, I rolled 21, so as far as I know, that's 45 damage.
Yep.
45 radiant damage.
Yeah, so Quint, you feel this radiant heat as you're kind of pulling it back, and the jaws begin to form, and they're opening up, and then just this thing is blasted right in the mouth with radiant damage by Gaharl. If there's anything else you'd like to add to that description, Gaharl, go ahead.
Yeah, the way I see it happening is I'm, running, and like in Gaharl's head, he knows that he's doing this like badass thing. He's not usually running and shooting, but he's done this and it looks cool. But he calls on this the power of Tritherion, and he shoots this bolt, and he feels that it's different. He feels that not only was he feels it come out differently, and then the sound and just everything. He almost like slows down. So he's charging this chest, and he has to look on in awe himself to see the damage that he's done, and then he eventually continues to make his way to the chest, a bit surprised by himself.
Very cool. And out of the mouth you see kind of things just flying out, and one of those things is an elvish hair clip that you saw Lady Erin wear. Orin and Pebble. We're at the top of the order.
So Orin continues moving up the wall as all of this is happening below him, and he comes to a stop hanging upside down from the ceiling. And he's seeing all of this happening. He sees Nymeria put up the wall of wind to keep the chest at bay, and he sees Quint engage this wardrobe, and he sees Gaharl blasting the wardrobe with this spell, and he basically just John Woo reaches into his belt, and just 2 wands come out, and he just starts slinging Eldritch Blast down into the room, just beams of hot energy are just like raining all over the place. So I get 2 Eldritch Blasts now, and I'm gonna aim both of them at the. I'm gonna aim one at the wardrobe and one at the chest.
Awesome.
So here, wardrobe first.
This episode brought to you by John Woo.
Doves.
Doves.
Tom Cruise is there.
Some weird like choral music starts for no reason. So does 13 hit?
Sorry.
The wardrobe?
Yes. The wardrobe it hits.
Okay, cool. So it's
Oh wait, the one downfall of the wind walls, it does mess up projectiles. I think including bolts. I just closed the page.
Well, this is magic though. Does it affect magic or just arrows and bolts?
I think so.
Well, while you find that, go ahead and roll your damage on the wardrobe.
Strong wind keeps fog, smoke, other gas at bay. Smaller flying. Where is it?
I get 2 damage
arrows,
against the wardrobe, Barker.
Wait, how much?
2.
2. Oh, nice.
Okay, I guess it does make it. It says ordinary projectiles launched at the targets are deflected upwards and automatically miss.
Ordinary projectiles in
This is
this
a
group?
John Woo Eldritch Blast. So
I
this
wasn't
is definitely
sure.
a hit.
From the ceiling.
From the ceiling. Oh yeah. 21, does that hit? No, wait. 24, does that hit?
It hits. Oh, and by the way, you critted on the wardrobe, so... No. Yeah, you critted on the wardrobe since it hasn't sprouted out. Does that change 2 damage to something else?
Yeah, so do I do max and then what I roll?
Yeah, it'd probably be max
So-
plus that 2.
It should be 12.
Okay, 12.
Yeah.
All right. I want you to describe to me how this wardrobe that's being kind of garroted back, blasted with radiant damage, how you finish it off.
Oh yeah, okay. So I draw out these wands and I'm just firing the Eldritch Blast down, and the first one flies past Quint Wreck, just kind of sizzles past his ear, and it just hits this thing in the back of its throat, and just the black ichor just sprays across the wall, and the wardrobe just kind of topples backwards. And I imagine like Quint has got this thing garroted. He kind of like rides it down as it's falling backwards.
Nice.
And then, did I hit the other one with the 24? I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. 10 damage.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's legit. I love your John Woo. That's handy.
As you would say, Tim, I'm doing it big, man.
You're doing it big.
All right. So the chest is going to make his wisdom saving throw. Okay, the first one was a 19. What was your DC again there, Tim?
17.
Second one was wisdom, so that would be 10 plus 1 is 11. So this chest just runs over to this master bed and just chomps at it, and feathers are just flying everywhere. Smash, 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 and it just splinters flying around the room, being swirled up in this wall of wind.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so that's the second useless turn for the Mimic. I love the combats for you guys. It's basically just, hey guys, what do you say we kick everybody's ass?
just obliterate everything.
The only time someone almost died was a hallucination.
Oh, that's right.
3. Nymeria, you're up. Everybody go ahead and roll either dexterity or constitution before she goes in order to see if you can get past a DC 7.
Are you sure it's 7?
Yeah, ooh, yeah, I'm sure. I think that's what I said, right?
Oh, Tim with the
written
6. That's awesome.
Dang it. The line under the fat part is a 6, right, guys?
Yeah. So, Quint, you describe to me which substance you consume and how it's somehow consumed with you riding this wardrobe down with the lute string.
All right. evens, Zanibar, odds. No. So I'm gonna roll for it.
Okay, cool.
I got an even number, so I'm gonna go with the what was the one? It was lethargy.
Yeah, lethargy.
I think that's the one that I would go with that, and I would imagine one of the crystals would hit my damn eye.
Which
same
one?
eye, pretty much the same spot, just like, oh, God damned. God
Nice.
damn.
Awesome.
And I would just kind of like probably fall to my knees if I'm still on the wardrobe that we've garroted and exploded into smithereens and all that stuff. Just kind of like, and slouch on my knees, just like feeling so awesome.
That was, I think, the best description ever. To the point where I was like, okay, that's it. And then you kept going, and then I realized you were slowing it down. I was like, oh my God! Rad. Everything around you is wisping. Like you look and you see just tracers. Everything is slowing down. You see eldritch blasts and just wind. You can almost see every single speck of liquid, of splintered wood, of cracked stone, of dust, of feathers flying out of the bed. You see some spectacles fly up that came out of one of the mimics, and everything is just amazingly bullet time-esque. Every single detail is perfectly seen.
And I would absolutely sing the song of just a narcotic-infused man that sounds so good to me, and I can feel it in my body, and it feels so good. Like, I'm just super loving it right now.
Did I say specters or did I say spectacles?
You said spectacles.
You did
Okay, cool. Just making sure. I don't know if I cut out. I was like, what?
Grim would absolutely begin humming the song that he's singing while we're fighting.
Oh, Grim knows what's up.
Absolutely.
And so this song is actually happening in the background of this movie scene, this combat. Beautiful. Okay, next up is going to be Nymeria. Go ahead.
Yes. So I was seeing this all happening. I can't help but laugh. Actually, the sight of this guy, this human, just going on his knees and singing in this weird voice, and taking it though as if it's somehow encouraging or at least lightening her mood a little bit. She continues laughing, instead creates a flame blade and starts brandishing it like it's the best thing in the world as she stops the wind wall spell to face this the chest mimic, and is very excited about it.
Awesome.
So let's see, to hit. Let's see. 19.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yes, and let's see. 3d6, one's a 5, another 5, and a 3. So we got 13 damage of flames as she just pretty much barrels in at it.
Okay, very cool. Describe to me exactly how that looks when you strike this creature and bring it seemingly very close to its destruction. Not all the way, but very close.
With the grin after seeing Quint wreck, she seems to be almost way too happy about getting in this fight, and can't help but see everything is now comical. I mean, it's a treasure chest basically that's just chopping around and suddenly sprouted teeth, and she no longer finds it very frightening or troublesome. And so she runs at it blatantly, without fear, and slashes down upon the top of the chest, splitting one of its many teeth in half. And then turning the blade around, she immediately goes up again and then does a side swipe, splitting essentially the hinge or its jaw on her last swipe, and then quickly takes a step back just to put a little bit of distance so she can ready herself again.
Great.
And she's still grinning like a maniac. This is her first time with the group actually being in a battle and not just casting spells.
Very cool. The second slice, it wedges kind of into this as you kind of go into the hinges. Your scimitar rather, right?
Yes.
Awesome description, by the way. Just wedges itself into the mimic, and you immediately see this ichor, this clear fluid, just kind of cover it and then freeze. And your scimitar is stuck there unless you can try to kind of roll a strength check with a DC of 13 right now.
Does it freeze from ice? Because it is a flame blade.
No, it is adhesive in its
okay.
own. Yeah, definitely not ice.
Let's see. Strength. What is strength?
Checks.
Strength. So 12.
Ooh,
Yeah.
one short. So this scimitar is right there in the back of the throat of this mimic as you're kind of struggling to pull it out. Quint.
And the song, I think he would have this like sort of sluggish, happy epiphany, and he would just kind of say, "A murder scene in Salin, and we're all caught in between." And that's my turn.
Take an inspiration, please, Tim. Mr.
Awesome.
Clanless. You see every single dewdrop, every single splinter just and fall down to the floor and splash in one place, so no one will have to make any of those saves anymore. And Nymeria just charged forward. You see her get the scimitar stuck, and you hear a very beautiful lullaby behind you.
So I will, despite seeing the scimitar get stuck, I am certainly going to, for a moment, I think that I should, try and cast a spell maybe to avoid also getting my weapon stuck. But being a bit brazen, I decided that I'm going to go ahead and try and just entirely rend this thing in half with my battle axe. So I'm going to attack the chest, the trumping chest that will hopefully be dead. So here we go.
Awesome.
That is a 14, which seems like we're not quite there.
That is a hit.
Rolled high enough. Ooh, that's good. All right, so
if there's one downside to being a mimic, it's that things can pretty much hit you.
oh, that's fair. So that is a good old 7 damage there on this guy. Just takes my battle axe and right on the top of the chest. I just come down on it like what do you call it? Log splitting style with a battle axe.
It actually kind of flies through the tongue, what you can perceive as the tongue of this thing, and right into the chest itself, the inside of it. Give me a DC 13 strength check as this ichor starts to cover the axe.
Can I use inspiration on that?
Fine.
Well,
do it. Go ahead. It's fine. I think that's okay.
Well, I think it is, but deservedly, I rolled a 12.
Really?
So, yes. The first time it was like a 3, but yes. So with inspiration, I get a 12.
So basically,
it's not happening.
This thing is on the slashing item diet. just strict slashing. The other one is on the radiant damage diet. That's basically radiant damage and loot strain. That's all you get when an adventuring party comes into your dungeon.
That's actually the Mimic Paleo diet.
Yeah.
Is radiant energy.
So it kind of pulls away, and the scimitar and the battle axe are just kind of stuck in this Mimic.
And Grim is very, very surprised at the fact that he thought for sure that he would be able to pull it back out.
Yeah. This creature is going to attempt to bite at the first person that struck it, which was Nymeria. So these massive jaws come chomping down at you with a 16 to hit against your AC. I don't know what your AC is because I forgot to ask. I think you're muted.
It's a 14.
All right. So you're going to go ahead and take 7 damage plus 1d8 of acid damage, which is 4 acid damage. As this ichor just seeps into your bloodstream, you almost get hit by the blades of both a scimitar and a battle axe as one of these teeth just kind of punctures you. And go ahead.
Am I allowed to have a reaction? Reaction.
Yeah, absolutely. A reaction, you get 1 per round.
Okay. Because in response to this, I want to cast Hellish Rebuke, which is one reaction which you take in response to being damaged by a creature.
Okay.
So where would you say I'm bitten by this weird?
You tell me. You go ahead and narrate it all.
Still foolishly trying to get her blade back from the ichor from this ridiculous creature. She hears Gaharl coming in and figures that, okay, this is probably it. It'll be fine. He'll destroy it. It's not a big deal. But instead, she hears this thing still gurgling and feels it suddenly coming towards her. And the butt of her sword hits her in the stomach, making her bow over and reach out to try and balance herself. So this thing just comes down, clashing its teeth on her arm, and she lets out a scream of pain, quickly reeling back, and just gathering herself enough, she cries out, "Callan Versuk," pointing with her other hand at it, casting Hellish Rebuke, and the creature must make a dexterity saving throw. Otherwise,
That's dope. Sorry, go ahead. Otherwise, what?
Otherwise, it takes 2d of fire damage. Actually, 3d.
What is the dexterity saving throw? Because it just got a it just got a 15. So what does it have to beat?
My spell save is 15.
Okay, so it definitely hit it. Beautifully executed. But finds a way to duck down, and it just flies right over it, smashes into the stone wall, or you can describe how you miss if you'd like, but definitely there's no damage to the mimic itself.
Shucks. Okay. So, as the creature opens her mouth again, letting her reel back and, take her arm up to her chest, letting go of the flame blade, which immediately just bursts into nothing, causing no damage to the creature as the spell goes away. She casts her hand out to try and lay the spell upon the creature, but as its mouth closes again, her aim is off as she was aiming for the top of it when it was opening up again. And instead, with a slam, with the thunderous quake, it lands into the wall once more, instead making a temporary fire against the wall, which, as she takes her hand away, as if getting rid of it, it goes away into just smoke.
And the fire just smashes into the wall, and you see this elvish architecture. What's up? Oh no, it's all right. That this elvish architecture is but a metaphorical wallpaper on this wall, and you see as the elvish beauty just burns away, revealing just dwarvish architecture underneath, dwarvish stonework. The paint peels and just drops to the floor and drips down as this metaphor for Myra becomes exacted in some form of reality. And Quint.
How long would the effects of such a thing last?
It was not very long. Not in the way that you received it. You might even be surprised it lasted that long at all. It's probably because you took one of a large crystal right in the eye, and 4 to 6 hours. How much food did you eat today? No. So, but it's beginning to kind of wear off a little bit, and you're starting to actually feel a little bit nauseous.
Okay. Okay, so then what I think I would do is probably collect myself. I would take what was left of, the mimic and kind of try to shake it off my Agson string. What enemies, I think Quint would probably kind of look around and see what was the nearest threat to me, if any, to try to kind of snap back to and get back to what I do best, which is
not what?
Not be high. I'm just being stupid.
The nearest enemy that you see, go ahead and roll perception.
Okay. Oh, natural 19.
Great. Now go ahead and roll a d6.
Okay. 4.
Above you and to the right of you, you see someone has come through the hatch in the wall that you can perceive as kind of a small closet, almost like a safe in one of those hotels, and has climbed out and dusted himself off, and you see the large beard that you can only recognize as Thoric's beard. Oh, my friend, I liked you for a moment. And go ahead and do your action.
I think the first thing that Quint would do, I would smack him in the face.
You do. Go ahead. You smack him in the face.
So I would smack him in the face, and then I would grab him by the beard.
Excellent. So I'm going to ask you to... The smack is free. I'm going to ask you to roll a strength or dex.
I'm going to take that as a dex.
Okay.
Oh.
And he's going to be rolling strength and dex as well. Or not strength and dex. He's going to be rolling strength.
He's going to get to roll twice. I'm going to use inspiration. I'm going to use the inspiration you just gave me because my dice fell on the floor and I got a 5, so that's no good.
Okay.
16.
That's an 18.
No, you got me.
He even has a +0 because he rolled dex
man.
instead of strength. So he moves out of the way, and you're kind of you describe it to me. You're so good at that. You describe to me what happens.
I'm thinking what I would do is it's just this quick I'm so pissed. It just seriously? So I think I would smack him and then with the same hand try to grab the beard, and I would imagine that my fingers would rake through and not make purchase on anything. It's just so scraggly and thin that it's too fine to actually grab anything.
Okay, and as he pulls away, and your fingers just kind of move through it like water through sand, or sand through fingertips. He moves around you and begins running toward the hatch in the floor.
Yeah.
And he mutters something about down with the elves, and opens the hatch and begins kind of jumping through, climbing down into it. Gaharl, trying to catch your battle axe.
Yes. Basically, at this point, he's a bit frustrated. He couldn't get it. He's seen it all. So, Gaharl is going to use his breath weapon. Did you skip someone? Because Matt hasn't gone in forever.
I actually think I did for some reason.
April Fools.
Yeah, it's not like April Fools.
We were gonna skip you.
The reason why I got skipped is because I'm the killer.
Yeah. Oh man, DM faux pas number 482.
You're a lot of those.
I know. Yeah.
482. Holy shit.
Yeah. You should see my spreadsheet.
I use them a lot. So actually, I'm sorry, Gaharl. Let's go. We only skipped Matt once, so we're gonna go back and give Matt a shot, I believe.
He used a ready to action. He said when somebody comes through the hatch, he would go. So that's
yeah. When I said one of those dwarven sons of bitches shows their faces, I'm gonna go. No. So okay. So let me get the lay of the land here. So the other mimic, like Nymeria, just took care of that. Like it's taken care of, or is it still alive?
It's alive, but becoming in shambles. The top is hanging off the bottom. It won't take long.
And then Thoric, we saw him in the room. Quint tried to grab him, and then he took off down the hatch.
Yep.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to kind of run along the ceiling to get closer to the other chest. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to jump into a slide across the ceiling, almost like sliding into first base here. And as I'm sliding, I'm just shooting off Eldritch Blast to the surviving mimic.
Nice.
Are you side-arming your wands?
Yeah, kill shot. And I'm crossing them. I'm doing the cross wands shooting. Yeah, exactly.
Good shooting, shitty shooting. Good shooting, shitty shooting.
And someone pointed out in the comments that I can use Pebble in place of John Woo doves. So that's when Pebble is flying next to me in slow motion. So here comes the first Eldritch Blast.
Awesome.
13.
At which? At what?
At the mimic.
Okay. Yep.
Oh, awesome. Okay, that's 7 force damage.
And tell me how it dies.
Awesome. So I'm sliding, and as I'm sliding, the Eldritch Blast comes down, and it goes right through the top of this thing, and it's almost like an Independence Day when they blow up the White House. Like it goes through the top, and it just blows up from the bottom. Like it just goes, like it just blows apart. And then this, I guess.
And for our younger viewers, that's a motion picture. Independence Day is the motion picture.
It's a little independent film starring a little-known actor named Will Smith.
What does he mean, like Independence Day? Does he mean like it looks like fireworks? I don't get it. It's like
then,
America.
Do I have a line of sight on the dwarf before he goes down the shaft?
We'll say yes, because he had to crawl out of the wall.
Awesome. So I send the first bolt down, and I see the chest blow up. I'm still sliding across the ceiling. I direct the second blast down at the dwarf.
Excellent.
Oh, and it's a crit. That's a 20. Holy shit.
Yeah, okay. So describe to me what happens, because after you finish with this, he's going to be at half a hit point.
Okay, so I think he's starting down the hatch. and I just sling this Eldritch Blast at him, and it hits him right in the back. So he actually falls down the hole and actually like hits the wall a couple times on the way down, and takes a bunch of damage falling down the shaft. And you kind of hear him go as he hits the bottom of the thing. So that would be 18 damage total with that Eldritch Blast since I critted.
Beautiful. Boom, 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 boom.
That was awesome. And after all of that, I come up out of the slide and come to my feet.
And behind you, you see, the viewers can see the wall just in flames, like blackened stone walls just expanding outwards as these beautifully crafted wooden elven vines that have been, and paint that have been covering this wall just burn to shreds.
Awesome.
And Pebble lands on your shoulder.
And these wands are like out of ammo, so I toss them. Matrix style, I just throw them to the side.
I look at Harl and Quint and say, look at that badass little gnome over there. Jesus.
Look at that gnome on the ceiling.
Yes, it should be noted that especially as Gaharl was getting his breath weapon ready to finally destroy this thing, completely forgetting Orin comes sliding out of nowhere, just kills and destroys everything, and Grim feels a little bit emasculated almost. Just like, kind of like well played, but a bit like, you son of a...
You son of a bitch.
So, as the dust settles, and Thoric is brought semi-conscious up to the room, you see him just kind of gurgling a little bit, a bit of blood, dribbling down the side of his mouth, and for the viewers, I said half a hit point. That is a total house rule. That's not in the player's handbook at all. Basically, it means, this guy would have died, but instead, he might be good to talk to or get clues from. So basically, he can't do anything but what 4th edition would call free actions. He can talk, incidental, stuff like that. Good for interrogation, good for role-playing, good for storyline. So that's basically what's happening here. And he's drawn up, and... You see him kind of collapse on the floor, and this flaming room kind of just begins to douse itself, and he becomes slightly more and more conscious. And you, Quintrek, you see the blood. It seems like nothing compared to all of the blood that you've seen today, that you've partaken in today. And you hear screams. Screams of a dwarf, an elf, and a man whose faces you will never forget. As you were picking the sap, finding the sap and drawing it from the trees to bring back to your city, to that mysterious drow who always kind of seemed to know a little bit more about you than you thought. You remember running back, dropping the sap, and not even caring to go back because you remembered the horror that tore those adventurers apart while you sat there and did nothing in hiding. And you see his face, his dark charcoal face, and those white eyes stare up at you. And cinematically, they kind of change to your eyes, and you see that one of them is now completely white, just like his. And then they're back to his eyes, and you hear the word copper mist. And then you are there on your craft, traversing through this mystical storm. and you see land, or what you can perceive as land, in the distance. And that's where we're going to leave off for tonight.
Awesome.
Hell yeah.
Bitchin', man.
Thanks, guys. I mean, 3.5 hours, not bad. Kind of had to fast forward a few things, but did it seem pretty smooth? Because I'm gonna, if it's cool, I'm gonna stay for another 30 minutes. So.
It went well, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, it felt really smooth to me. I don't think it felt fast forwarded at all. If you wouldn't have mentioned, if we wouldn't have said that, I don't know. It felt pretty organic for the length of what we were doing. I don't know. I don't know if it would have worked much longer, honestly, and that's not a knock against anybody's playing, but the clues and how long it would go out, I don't know what else could have been as cool in between that it wouldn't have felt like a lull.
It seemed paced very well, and we, sort of did a few things. It was always interesting.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
I didn't get that.
Siri just started talking because someone was loud enough to...
Awesome. Yeah, it was this, the new idea. Gotta bring the camera down also. Sorry. The idea of me not knowing who the killer was just really kind of, I don't know, inspired me.
Yeah. No, that's awesome.
It just seemed cool, and it'd be fun for me as well. So
that's interesting to me because I've never thought about running like an investigative session like that, and like when I've done Call of Cthulhu in the past, like I always start at the end and work my way back. Like I always decide, okay, this is like who did it, how they did it, what happened, and then work back from there to do clues and stuff. But I like the idea of having the clues organically lead to a logical conclusion for everybody, like including the dungeon master. That's a really cool concept. So
awesome.
Yeah, it sort of took the same sort of collaborative storytelling idea we usually do, and made it even cooler because in our minds we could be thinking, oh man, I wonder what Barker's thinking and who, and oh, I wonder what he has in mind, and knowing that you don't is so interesting because you're like, well, literally nobody knows.
Cool.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, this group to me is like a jam band.
yeah.
like I don't know any other way to say it. It's like the Provokers reminds me of like an action movie, like but this is more like an episodic like HBO or something.
No, it's true because Barker will be like, all right, we're gonna do like Blues in A or something, and we're like, all right, and we just like kind of riff off that, like the whole time. So
yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah, it's amazing. I love it.
I mean, it's the biggest team sport I think I've ever partaken in, and I've played freaking lacrosse. Like, but this is so cool because, I've realized in all of these sessions, and every single session, the same thing happens. I have this epiphany, and I realize that I could just give anything, a small thing, to any one of these people, and they will give me back 90 plot hooks in a sentence.
Yeah.
Like, just the coolest thing ever.
And I don't want to like toot our own horns here, but seriously, like you start out with a scene and you say, okay, you're playing this character, and this character, go, and it just happened. Like all of us just kind of went with it, and I mean that's not. I don't want to say it's not typical, but it's hard to find a group of people who are all comfortable doing that, who are all willing to do that, Yeah. So yeah, like props to like everyone for that. That was just awesome. Really, really awesome. Probably one of the most memorable online gaming moments I've ever had. So
super props to James because his role playing of the bullying of his brother was just spot on. I mean, it was. I'm serious.
For real though,
I
that's
thought
my life. Like that was 100%. Like no, I just drew on normal experiences. That is like I cannot.
Like
take
I'm pretty
any
sure
credit
that
for
actually happened one
all
time.
of those things. I'm like, no, that is all of those things happened. Like
When you're talking about the work thing, I was like, oh man, we've all done that to the
We've
other
all
at
done
their
that.
job.
Yeah. Show up at your sibling's place of work and give them shit at work. Yeah,
and
totally.
then
then
ask
someone
for
walks in,
something
you're like,
free and
Bro.
yeah.
Yeah. Do I get a
Absolutely.
discount? Do
That
I get a
was like-
discount if I buy something here?
Yeah, that was like the easiest easiest bit of role playing because he's my actual brother.
Totally.
And you're
so
actually a jerk.
you're actually a what?
I said, and you're actually a jerk. No.
Exactly.
So it wasn't a stretch either way.
You guys make me feel like if I ever play D&D again, once we're done with this campaign, the groups are never going to be as good.
Oh, you're
No, the thing is like I play D&D with like 4 different groups, and they're all fun for different reasons. Like D&D comes in so many flavors. It's like Baskin Robbins. It's like, you know what? It doesn't matter what flavor I get because I'm getting ice cream. Like, all of it is ice cream. It all just tastes different. So, I mean...
It's a really good way to put it, actually.
Yeah. Well, food analogies really work for me for some reason, so...
Yeah.
And it is ice cream, so come on.
Exactly. But no, like this group is unlike any other group I play with, and I wouldn't want it to be like any other group I play with. And that goes for all the groups that I play with and run games for. All of them should be different and have a different kind of flavor and feel to them, so...
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that some of us are tired. I'm not going to name any names because Cassie might get a little upset.
Yeah,
so,
I've been on my feet all day doing things.
no, when I said, we're going to run a little long in the chat, she was like, I've been up since 6. Can you clarify how long it's going to be? It's like, yeah, and I like to keep it under the 4-hour mark, personally, because I like this last bit to be, because I'm going to be staying here for the next probably 30 minutes or so, going through questions. Anybody can stay, whoever wants, but Cassie, you feel free to give us all the proverbial or literal finger and go to bed.
I gotta first walk my lovely dog, who's already asleep before me. And,
he's probably going to be like,
But
why?
I know, he's not gonna be happy. But he's gotta go out. Anyways, once again, glad I can join you guys. I'm Fox Cunning Trickster from DeviantArt and my not so memorable YouTube channel like you guys, Tabletop Terrors, Fistful of Dice. Be a better player.
Thanks, I really appreciate that. No, I love you too.
Great. Good
Everyone
night,
knows
guys.
the channel's called Be a Better Barker. Come on.
Be a better game master? I'm not looking at anything. Okay,
Yeah.
there we go.
Oh yeah, I
Alright.
forgot to put up my little name. So yeah, no worries.
Yes.
I just figured
Alright, have a-
everybody in my own D&D group knew who I was.
Get the new viewers.
Have a great night, and
See you, Cassie.
thank you, viewers, for watching.
Yep, take it easy. Good night. So does anybody want to stay with me?
Yeah, I'm in.
Absolutely.
I'm actually probably gonna be lame and head out here. Because I'm gonna watch some TV. I know.
Want to watch some TV?
I want to watch some TV with my fiance. As
Okay,
well.
there you go.
But yeah, I got this anime I've been meaning to watch.
That's fine.
I got like 2 seasons of Dragon Ball Z I gotta get through, so I gotta go.
that
Dude,
I've
I've-
already seen.
I've pulled that trick so many times. You can say you're going to go do anything with my wife, with
Yeah.
my fiance, and it's
Yeah.
okay. I'm going to go golfing with my fiance, and then it's
Exactly.
like,
They're like, oh.
okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Good luck, man.
Yeah, it's like you could be at work and you're like, oh, I gotta go, and they're like, oh, why? And you're like, I gotta go see a movie, and they're like, what? With my fiance? Oh, go.
God, good God, get out of here. We'll pay you.
Oh, that's so messed up.
No, but I had a great night tonight, guys. I think the best session yet. Just keeps getting better and better, and I'm really looking forward to the next session. And also, shameless plug, Provokers, April 19th and 26th. Two
Provokers.
sessions. Two
Yeah.
sessions back to back
Super stoked about
this
that.
month. So definitely look forward to those. So anyway, yeah. Thanks again, guys.
See you later, brother. Thank
Catch you guys on the flip side.
See ya. Let's tackle some questions, dudes.
Sure.
And I'm gonna show off this picture. Okay, I'm gonna screen share. This is by, and I haven't heard your name in person. I think it's Virginie or Virginia. So sorry, but this is the picture that was drawn for the Winds of Salin game.
It's a good one.
And
Awesome.
I like that if you look at the characters individually, you can see a little bit of their role players, especially with Orin and with Nymeria, I think. Like, that looks like a tiny little Matt click right there.
It so does. I didn't think about that. It's awesome.
And that looks like Vince.
Yeah, Vince the Owl. All right. Okay, so getting to some rad questions. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say that top one's a good one because I sort of forgot also, but figured he ran out. They asked where, what was his name, Elfstrom?
Yes, somebody asked where Elfstrom went, and that person was not a member of the party. Weird.
I was too distracted by the rats.
I'm happy somebody noticed it. So yeah.
Oh, but seriously, did you answer? Where did you get those little bottles? What are those actually? The bottles in the vials of?
Okay, so vials. This vial you can get at, I think, Hobby Lobby is where my wife got it. We also just bought some dyed blue flowers at Walmart and just took off all the petals and put them in this. So there's just a bunch of round little buds.
That's so awesome.
This is a miniature, like, Chambord bottle. You know how you can buy, like, the one shots of vodka?
Yeah.
This is like the one shot of Chambord that we took off all the labels, and I actually have like 30 different types of ink stamps, or not ink stamps. I'm sorry, wax stamps. Yeah, I love using those as props.
How does one come upon 30 wax stamps?
He's a collector.
No, really, like, is it no joke? Like, what are they of? Is it like?
I have one of a I have one of a crown. I have one of like an eagle. I have one of
That's phenomenal.
Yeah, there are a bunch of them, and I'll bring them out next session. But you can get those relatively cheap ones, and you can actually have ones personally made.
Oh wow, that's
so. Cool. I've thought about doing that. It's a little bit pricey, so.
Yeah, I've seen little kits where they give you the sticks of the wax and stuff, and clever ones from like television shows and stuff.
Yeah. Let's see.
That's very clever though, Barker. The props were amazing.
Absolutely.
And they played really well on camera. They were just big enough and just colorful enough to really, I think, get it across.
Yeah.
Cool.
Oh, it was so cool.
I was thinking about actually sending them to one of you guys.
Oh my god.
Oh man.
But I think that somebody in the U.S. government would have like been like, "What the hell is this?" They would have opened that up, broken it. What are these crystals inside here?
Yeah,
I'd have been arrested.
Like, it's fantasy narcotics. We got a fantasy Barker.
It's a Dungeons and Dragons game. I swear. No, that wouldn't help my cause either. Oh yeah, you're doing this all for the devil, huh?
Oh yeah, Satan's game.
Yeah. Okay, so
there's a pretty good one that I'm eyeballing.
Do it. Come on.
So it's from Robert Atkins, who, Robert, it was great hearing from you, man. He actually had a ton of comments on the YouTube video, but he said, "Can we get you guys to post your written descriptions of what your characters look like on Barker's Facebook page? Similarly for the Provokers. For us guys that might want to draw them, I'd love to get a description." My initial thought is no. I would love to see what you think they look like. I know it sounds jerkish, but like, for instance, in the picture you just showed from Virginia...
We'll call her V.
V, I never imagined Quint having a beard. But that's not bad. I was like, okay, he can have a beard. I love the variants. And then if you see Dale actually had a wicked great picture. It's actually Matt's new Facebook cover for Fistful of Dice. He drew this awesome charcoal drawing of the Provokers. He kind of made that up too, like from our descriptions in game. So I don't know. What do you guys think?
I'm all for that. Someone asked me a while back, "Hey, I want to cosplay as Dice. Can you tell me what he looks like?" And I said, "How about you cosplay as Dice and then you show me what he looks like?"
Yeah, it's a little more exciting because I don't entirely know. Usually things like that come up as they come up. It's not necessarily. I thought a lot of things about my character, but I never once thought that's the kind of armor he'd be wearing. You know, I know it's some chainmail, but it's like I didn't think of the color or how shiny or dingy it is and what might be on it, and it's like I'd be really cool to see what someone else decided. You know, I think that's really awesome.
Exactly. Yeah.
Especially with such a collaborative group. Like, I think that you'd see that, especially with this group, when you draw something, you'd be like, yeah, let's adopt that, and here's why it's like that, and blah, blah, you know.
Yeah. So the best and nicest way to put it, I think, would be nobody's going to be upset. You know, it's like, do what you want to do. We would be stoked to see them, but in the same way that we make things up and go with it, it's like, no, I mean, I'd love to see your rendition of our characters.
Yep. Andre Martinez asks, did Barker just say dope? That's kind of dope.
Fair enough.
Whoa.
I'd say that's not as
if I
much a
had
question.
for every single time I said dope, I wouldn't have to make these videos and make all these millions of dollars that I'm making, you know?
I know. And then he shares with us the millions. Oh, it's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
We have nuns of millions of dollars.
Nuns.
Nuns
Nuns
of millions.
Dude, that's why I love this though, is because every single one of us, we just do it for the love, man. This hobby is dope, Andre.
It's dope.
It's dope.
That
So,
you
for the-
Barker doing it.
Also, for those people watching, you can go to the Be a Better Game Master Facebook page, and there you can find the information for the game that Andre is running for us, the Star Wars: The Tides of Change game. And this, or you can cut out the middleman. Go to facebook.com/groups/Star Wars: The Tides of Change. It's a campaign that we're running, and it's cool because 2 hours or like an hour and a half into the campaign, we pause, we each do a monologue, and then you as viewers can vote on a way for the plot to change, the plot of the campaign as a whole to change from that point on. And then right when we get back from our 15-minute break, Andre improvises it into the session. So check it out.
This is amazing.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I actually watched the first one, most of it. I had to go back and watch the end the next day to really catch it all, but it was so much fun. And I got to throw a shout out to Andre. Dude, you're killing it. You're really doing a great job. I don't want to spoil anything, but you're doing a great job as the game master. I'm really enjoying that so far.
I'll give one hint, and it rhymes with Brando Ralkizian.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, Marlon
best.
Brando shows up. That's like,
Yeah.
I watched that.
That was the best just voicing of Lando that I've ever heard. So, remind me who Thoric is. Thoric is one of the two dwarves that went out with Con Kalo to do one of his dealings in the Anderwood that they learned in the beginning of the game.
Somebody says that the DM faux pas spreadsheet is a free PDF download on the Wizards website.
Nice. It's pretty big, though. I mean, that's like 3 gigs. It's a PDF.
3 gigabyte spreadsheet.
Oh my god.
3 billion cells.
Also, okay, so if you have questions, go ahead and comment them in the YouTube video, or you can go to the Q&A app, which I'm looking at too, and if you can ask questions there, and if you see a question that you like, just one-up it, +1 it, and it'll move to the top. So, I have a question for you, though, James.
Yes.
Did you read Tim's, because you said, okay, in the middle of the flashback when you were picking on your brother, you said, and then somebody walks in the door. Did you do that just improvising, like fun, or did you have access?
No,
Oh,
I had
really?
no idea. I had no idea about what, and that's the fun part, is because they were, at times they were curious of what mine was, and of course we were curious after, we saw Nymeria's story. It's like, as soon as you asked him, hey, I want you to write something, I was like, oh, I'm so excited to hear about his story, I did that because 100% it very much diffuses that whole situation. It's very Lord of the Flies, the end of Lord of the Flies style to me, where that's what happens, is as soon as somebody else shows up, it's like your whole bubble is broken. You're picking on your brother or whatever's going on, or you're doing something you shouldn't be at the store, which was like my life growing up, and somebody comes around the corner and everybody stops. It's like you were all big and bad a moment ago doing something you weren't supposed to be, and somebody shows up and you're like, no, I'm not getting in trouble.
Yeah.
So 100% it was just, I thought, no, it would be perfect if somebody came in, because it would immediately make me stop making fun of my brother.
Dude, spot on Lord of the Flies reference too.
Well, and that's, it's like
Yeah,
it's just like that. It's perfect.
Just like it, except we're stealing stuff and not killing each other on an island. But basically the same.
Around at a Walmart.
Yeah. So right now I get the honor of, at the moment for now, being the thumbnail on your YouTube video. Which is interesting. But no, the role playing of the different people was fun, because it's like basically you can't get it wrong. That's the most important thing I think about this game is you and the rest of us have very much fostered a sort of not community, but sort of feeling of like, no, there's nothing you can say that's wrong. Even if you make a joke, usually we bring it back to something more serious. But in general, when you ask about the name of something or what, you go with it, and that is what makes it. I never second guess myself for that reason, because everybody's always just right on it and just going with it.
Yeah, exactly.
And Barker, I didn't share that story with anybody.
Dude.
Just
yeah,
you.
like that's the best part.
And I did it specifically because I was like, you know what? I want this to be some of James's best stuff. Fugues off the cuff.
Yeah, man.
I was like, this cat. I know James performs well under pressure, so I thought I'm not telling anybody anything.
Exactly. That's the best. That's the best way to do it.
Part of it too, I think at heart, all of us in this game are storytellers, and so that's the way we play our characters. And for me, I like to surprise everyone at the table too.
Exactly.
Like Quint Sword was like my way to tell a story and have a mini plot twist for my character for the other characters. You know what I mean? And I think if the other players do that, I think it lets us all be storytellers, and it just ups the ante of just neat stuff that happens. So.
And honestly, I don't think it could be any better if we did all know and try to script it or otherwise come up with stuff beforehand.
No.
It's like it just would never, it's never the same. So not only is it fun, having no idea, because again, hearing everybody's story, it's like, I look forward to that so much. It's such an interesting part, because it, especially in this case, but even in the past, it's like you get one person to do their thing and tell their story, but then in this case you let us hop in and say this or that, or it was a lot of fun.
On the contrary, I think it would be quantifiably worse if we all scripted it. It would just be like, you forgot your line, Tim. That's not what I told you to say. Like, no, dude.
It would be so obvious, and it would not have the same effect at all.
Yeah.
Nor would it be nearly as fun.
Yeah. A quick question from Blaine. How can we donate to Child's Play? Excellent question. The quickest way to get money to Child's Play is to go to the Child's Play website, because you can donate directly from there. Honestly, that is, and there are a lot of things that do, like, if you buy this thing, then some proceeds will go to Child's Play. Just go directly to Child's Play, the Child's Play website, the charity, and just donate from there. That's the best way to get your money to them.
That's the important thing. So childsplaycharity.org, I believe, is the website. The reason I bring this up is because if you type Child's Play into Google, the first one that comes up is childsplayas with a z.org, and it's a I don't know.
What Google are you using?
Like it. Well, I typed it as one word. That may have been my mistake, but
with no apostrophe.
Oh yeah, nothing. Just straight up. I'm lazy.
That's Child's Play Arizona, not Child's Playas.
Oh shit! It says Child's Play.
No, James, listen to me, James. I did the same exact.
It's like that's what it says. It's like you got to be careful what domain name you buy, because that says Child's Players, and I was like, what the hell? How many people accidentally go to that website trying to give money to a charity?
It's like it's some rap group. Child's Players.
Oh, you got me with that one.
Child's Players, play on. Yeah, listen, play on Child's Players.
Okay, so I gotta just say something really quick, James. When James was asking the question to his deity, some people in the background in the chat were just being assholes. Because here's James role-playing like a boss, coming up with a non-meta way to talk to his god. And Tim is like, say, ask the question. Just ask who killed her. Ask who killed her.
Who
and then
killed
Matt
her?
Says,
Who's the killer?
yeah, Matt says, ask what the fuck happened. Where'd the kill her at?
Yeah, and it's like the whole time I'm trying, while explaining to everyone, trying to also explain to them without saying it. This is why it doesn't work. It's like, come on, no.
The chat's a double-edged sword, man.
It really is, and it's funny. My favorite is, I can't help it, but a lot of the time I think of a ridiculously stupid thing, and I know Tim does this a lot too, and I have to type in every once in a while. We'll get you guys, and you guys do the same thing. But it's like, it's funny because sometimes you'll get a chuckle from the chat. You'll be talking and telling story, or somebody's saying what they're doing, and we'll type something. But every once in a while, like when I said to wrap it around his knob, he was like, "That was not for public consumption, but it was good. It was a good one."
It was too. I couldn't not. I was laughing.
That's why it couldn't. That's why games like this, honestly, I don't think can hit the 4-hour mark of straight playing. Because after 4 hours, it's like, wrap it around the mimic's knob.
Yeah, it's like, there's only so much,
It's like, what's another name for drugs that we can use?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. What's your guys' Okay. Oh no, for James and Tim, who got who into RPGs in your family?
It was definitely Tim is the older one. I'm gonna just go ahead and we'll start at the beginning. I'm gonna just tell this whole story.
Nice.
Tim was very much into RPGs, and I don't know how he got into them, but the story's about me and not him. So, no, basically he was playing D&D, and I want to say he started pretty early, but the first time that I saw is he had the 3.0 books. And so I saw them, and I was very interested, but I was quite young at this point, maybe 10 or 12 years old or so. And then 3.5 came out, and I would sneak into his room, and I would read them. Because I had played Baldur's Gate and Icewind Dale, and I believe it was like usually the Advanced Dungeons and Dragons and stuff, and they take care of most of the stuff on their end, so you don't really know exactly what's going on. As far as the rolls and everything. So I knew how spells worked and things. But the idea is, I was very interested in Dungeons and Dragons, but my parents, namely my mother, was very interested in not letting me ever do something that was so demonic as Dungeons and Dragons, which was terrible. So it was years between when I learned about it, knew what it was, and got to play it. So it was 100% Tim got me into it.
Nice. I think we lost him.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know why he left. He's in the other room, plugged into my internet, so if mine's working, then his is.
He probably hit the wrong button. He probably right-clicked and accidentally hit reload or something.
Yeah, he didn't like my story.
Stu Pierce, you're asking, how can I get Barker to read and answer my question? I'm looking through, and I actually am not finding a question. Was that your question? Are you, like, questionception? This is my question. You can post it as a comment under the YouTube video itself, or you can click on the be a part of the conversation link that should be in the video that you're watching, kind of on top of it, overlaying it. If it's not there, you might have to refresh the page. And then it'll take you to like an actual place where you can type in your questions. Or you could just type it exactly where you typed that question, because I guarantee you will get it that way.
To answer the end of that, no, my internet didn't go out. Only you did. So Tim just asked me if my internet went out. Unless this is a terrible fever dream, I'm pretty sure Barker's still here.
I think it is. It wouldn't be the first hallucination you had.
Tim, you're not online, so I cannot hear you. But to answer the rest of Robert's question, when 5th edition came out, we played a little bit. We played the playtest. That's what it was. We had a board game night on Wednesdays. I was like still am super obsessed with board games, and everyone sort of just tolerated me. And that is to say, because I would always buy another one. I would always buy new board games, and I would have to teach them and play them. It was so much fun. And eventually, we got onto D&D. So Tim was like, "Oh, the playtest is coming out. We got to print this out." We printed out like 400 pages at work of all the different things, and we were doing the playtest, and it was a lot of fun, and it was cool. But my family, the problem is we would play with like 8 people, and they weren't. It's certainly not like this group or anything really like it. It's very much, where's the combat, getting up to eat, making, all of the dick jokes. It's just like very, very beer and pretzels, as Tim says it.
Yeah.
So, yes. So it's, of course, a lot of fun, but it petered out very quickly. Once 5th edition came out, we had another constant game going, and we played 3 or 4 sessions. Tim and I would actually trade off DMing. That was a lot of fun. But then they sort of lost interest, and we made Tabletop Terrors, and then found games online.
Awesome, very cool. That's where I started too. Is 3rd edition was. I was in it was like a comic book store. It's called Lobo Anime and Comics in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and I was just kind of in this place because I think at the time I played like a miniature game, like a clicks game, like Mage Knight or something like that, and I saw it. And I had heard the term Dungeons and Dragons before. I had heard the term role-playing before, but I honestly didn't know what any of it was. Like, I could not tell you exactly what it was, but it sounds weird, but I knew. Like, I knew for a fact, looking at that book, that I needed to buy it, and it was going to change everything for me.
That's awesome.
And, dude, it totally did. This is my favorite hobby. I am super ADHD. I go in and out of different things all the time, from music to recording to just different hobbies. I do a ton of stuff at once. I mean, that's why, honestly, the stars need to align perfectly for me to get the inspiration to make a video, which is why I've been on for like 2 or 3 years and only have as many videos as I have. But the one thing that has stayed, well, actually the 2 things that have stayed in my life that I have kept are my wife and my role-playing games. Those are the 2 things that just don't quit me. How do you coax your players into some improving? I would say, number 1, it kind of depends on the group. And personally, for me, start small. Start saying, you see a symbol, in episode 1 of this game, you see a symbol on this door. What's the animal that this is a symbol of? Just pick the animal, and then you take that and you turn it into more setting. Tim picked a bear. I think it was Tim, a werebear. So I had bears everywhere, kind of in this town. The pet Snookins is a bear. The bear is their crest. The werebear is their crest, and just really start small, little things, and then eventually, if you have the right group, throw them whatever they want or whatever you want.
And
What do you guys?
having the right group, to me, what I think happens is people use humor to deflect because they're embarrassed to roleplay, which is fine. I mean, it happens, but that's why it's important to have the right group, because sometimes you can try every tip, trick, tactic there is, but if people keep, like, if you say, what animal is it? And they're like, oh, it's a snake that looks like a wiener. It's like, that's really, it's moon dick butt. The thing is that if it's repeated behavior, that person probably very much wants to come up with a cool animal, but they're afraid that it's not going to be cool enough, or everyone's going to think it's awful, and so instead, it's easier to be the one that makes the joke first instead of being one that's made fun of. And so if you consistently, man, I can't get my players to roleplay, it might be the players.
Well, and the other thing about that is, because it will really ultimately come down to the players, but to some degree you can coax them, and the most important thing is fostering that idea that nobody is going to be judged. So the one time somebody does come up with something, instead of saying no, you say okay, and you go with it. I think one of the things is we were continuing. Barker asked another animal on something, and we were continuing that. And I think it was me who said a were snake. I was like, well, that doesn't really exist, and I felt a little bit stupid. But then everybody kind of rolled with it, and it turned out to be the Wanti, It was like, oh, that's a were. Okay, and it worked. And it's like, it's important to, it's similar to improv. Just go with it. Don't be contrary, or certainly never make fun of someone or judge them. But fostering that idea that, no, you can say anything, and we'll work through it. You know, you're not on the spot. There's no time limit. And for me, it's so much fun to come up with something cool to see what everyone else does with it. That's one of the most fun parts, because I'm like, oh man, if it were a were-bear, that would be, you know, so cool. And then you come in and you make other things bears, and it's just, it's so much fun.
You nailed it too, James, when you said you just gotta say yes. Like don't give them the power and then criticize them for using it a certain way. If they say something that, whoa, I never predicted they would say that, because that's what we do as GMs. We have a tendency, you know, especially if we have a month between games, we have a tendency to picture the entire session in our heads, and we can't help it. And nothing happens the way you think it's going to happen. And then if something like blindsides you, punches you in the jugular, which is right here, then, you know, just find a way to say yes. And if you can't figure out, if you say yes but you can't figure out how to use it, you know what you can do? You can ask another player, oh, where else do you see the Bears logo? You know, I mean, really just keep doing it.
Right.
Yeah,
And
with such small snippets, it's easy.
and the other thing too, it's that it's fine if you have to go back and change it. Meaning, as things evolve, you're like, oh, you know, it'd be really cool if so-and-so's mom actually was that person in the store that one time. Wouldn't that be cool? Meaning it can be a collaborative, evolving world. You don't have to make it perfect for, you know, publishing right away. It can be something you all find together and retcon.
Yeah.
I think that's an important concept, because another thing you'll note is we're constantly saying the wrong name, the wrong setting, and that sticks out to me like a sore thumb. But you know, you have to realize we're going off the cuff, and usually people go with it. But that applies to everything. So if I did say, oh, it's this, you know, or that, later it can be like, well, you know, I considered that. There's nothing wrong with changing it to make the story cooler. You're not stuck with the first thing you say. The same thing applies to when you're making your character. Is another good example is in the first session, I did like 3 different accents because I didn't know which one I wanted to go with. And I'm like, well, it doesn't matter terribly. You know, it's not too important because, I don't know, I'm just doing this for fun. And I eventually landed on one, but it took a little bit, and it was, you know, I'm sure it'd be funny to go back and watch, but it's the kind of thing where, you know, I didn't let it bother me.
Awesome. Weird. Someone just said, this is really weird. Barker, way off topic. Have you been to Astro Zombies comic shop in Albuquerque? Yeah, I have, totally. I live in Moriarty currently, which is east. But, yeah, he said, I did a drawing on their ceiling when they had me down. That's really cool. I'm definitely going to go there to check it out. I've been there, but I've never actually looked at the ceiling. Strange, because I'm so close to it all the time.
Yeah.
Someone said I was the Witch King. Oh, Witch
Oh, man. I swear you practiced that voice. That was perfect. It sounded pre-recorded. I was like,
Yes.
holy crap. It was amazing. I was blown away.
Can I tell you, this is the small
Yeah.
thing, my favorite thing you did this whole session?
Hmm.
That drow voice,
Oh, man.
amazing.
Dude,
that is now how drow sound forever. That was so amazing. The broken, droning, like, where did that come from? Will it spoil the magic, or?
No, well, it'll spoil the magic in that there was none because I didn't play in it. The entire time I've actually been kind of thinking about it, I've been trying to practice like a French accent because I know Chris Perkins does that in one of his Acquisitions Incorporated games, but I couldn't do it really well because it always turned into Russian or, you know, the Boston accent that I've been working on for the Star Wars game that I'm in, and so everything just keeps kind of moving into something else. So I just gave up on it, and I was like, whatever, I'll wing it. So yeah, I'm really glad I'm glad it worked because I was worried about it.
It was really good, yeah.
No, that was fantastic. Yeah, I was just like, it was this perfect, creepy, but almost relatable. I don't know. It was wicked cool. I thought it was awesome.
Man, thank you.
Yeah. I also liked the I forgot their names, and I feel like I'm gonna make them backwards. Thoric and was it? It was Gallon. Gillen. I knew it was G, and it was T and G. But basically, like when one of them introduced themselves wrong, and like that whole scene was so much fun. And it was like, we made it fun, but you made it fun because of the way you acted as both of them so quickly. It was very much like a movie. And it had me going. It was so funny the way they spoke and stuff. It was so awesome.
Dude, and that's another thing that always worries me, because I've been in groups where the GM starts going off on this like talking to himself type of thing,
Yeah.
and like it's been bad sometimes. And sometimes there are like 4 NPCs talking, and I'm like 2 honestly is my max, because I can do 2 distinctly different voices. But if I had a third one, it's going to be weird. So I'm happy that worked too, because that honestly was probably the thing that was kind of leashing my, I don't know a good way to say it, leashing my, it had me worried.
Well, I can't really think of a situation without a lot of exposition that you could have that many people talking to each other without. I'd be confused. I'd be like, well, but the interesting thing is most times you do an NPC voice, it is different. It doesn't sound fantasy necessarily, but it's almost like it occurred to me that it's just that you're sort of breaking that boundary of fantasy. It's like, well, there's no reason you would have to sound it's like you either make it funny, or in some cases, the way some people talk is a way that people talk in real life, but it makes it interesting to think why that would sound that way in a fantasy world. It's like, it's very interesting. The voices you do are very uncommon, but they're super, super memorable.
Cool. And someone actually asked, how do you come up with your voices? First part of the question, and you guys can jump on this too, because I know you do voices, Tim, in every game.
Yeah, Jesus.
Yeah. I've always been really good at voices. I'm not very good at sound effects. Sometimes I'm okay, but I've always been really kind of good at just speaking in a different voice. But like for instance, the dwarves, I wanted them to sound kind of Arabic at first, kind of like someone from like Saudi Arabia speaking English, and it turned into like a form of Russian or Transylvanian, which I just kind of kept. Just kind of pick one for a culture or a group of people and try to stick with it. How do you keep them straight? I have tons of. There are none here. I say tons. Oh, like this.
Tons and
I
tons
have
and
this Tascam audio recorder. I record every single game that I run in my home game, and obviously these are recorded on YouTube. And like a lot of my prep time is done just watching the game. So it just really it embeds itself in my mind. And you'd be surprised at how much inspiration comes from rewatching or re-listening to a game that you've run.
That's actually like an amazing, amazing concept that I think people should realize. Specifically that if you want to make it seem like super continuous, have a lot of continuity, just listen to the last game. Because I'm sure there are 100 little things that you thought that would make a cool thing later, but you forget about them. And I never thought of it that way. Like it makes perfect sense because it feels like you planned it all and we're just playing one at a time. It's very much, it feels very fluid for sure.
Yeah.
Cool.
No, yeah, and it's with voices. Don't be afraid to there's a really good documentary it's on Amazon, and I think it's on Netflix as well. I think it's called I Know That Voice.
Yeah.
And it is a documentary about voice actors, and it is it's actually by John DiMaggio. He's the voice of Bender. He is the director, and it actually is so good. But Hank Azaria, very, very famous Simpsons voice actor, he goes through at one point in the documentary, and he goes, yeah, Mo, that's just a bad Al Pacino impersonation. And so, that's just a bad... And so what in his head, he's just doing these impersonations. And for Durgan, it's just that Scottish, like, dwarven kind of accent. There's not really an actor or character I'm basing it on. Quint, there's a very specific character and actor that I do base it on, and I'm not going to tell anybody because I don't want it to ruin the magic, but I try to channel that person. And it's not a far reach. If you listen, it's like if I was Hank Azaria, I'd be like, yeah, no, I'm doing a bad so-and-so impersonation.
And that brings up a good point that it's like you can't do a bad voice. You know what I mean? It's like that's their voice. You know, I'm sure you could maybe do a bad accent or this or that, but that's
the only
their voice.
way it's bad is if you change it the next time the players meet them.
Yeah,
you know, if it's not
get it
consistent.
Wrong. Exactly.
Right, and so don't be afraid to watch a movie or a show with that person in it. That's how I would do it. So like, you can base a character saying, okay, this person is going to be House from the show House. And you have 8 seasons to watch them, and the mannerisms too can matter. Like I know, like with Quint, I do a lot with my hands, and I say on purpose, because I want to convey a certain kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So that's all. Just do an impersonation of a character, and most people won't know you're doing one.
Dude, that's genius. I'm serious, because if you keep like. I cannot do a Christopher Walken impression, but I promise you that if I had Christopher Walken in my head and I tried, I would get about the exact same voice every time I tried. So that is brilliant. Brilliant idea.
There you go. That's what I do.
So someone asked, it was the temple/tavern scene was a nice content change of pace. So actual question, do you get a feel for when you need to lighten the tone? Okay, cool. So yeah, it was dark until and kind of the tavern kind of chippered it up. I don't think so. I don't think I get a feel for it. I think that it just like maybe? I don't know. If I do, I think it might be subconscious.
Well, and again, it comes back to that sort of you couldn't have predicted what we would have done. But you know, it's like we did crazy, that whole scene was crazy, but we all acted within the context of it, and it happened to lighten things up. But if I went in there and, slammed my fist on the bar and tried to intimidate them, it would have obviously gone very differently. So it's the kind of thing where it did lighten the mood, but I think it was just, it seemed like fun, and it was a good way to not let those people know what we were really trying to do. We were just it was like, that was one case where everybody did their own thing, and it just so happened to come together into a very interesting amalgamation of like, no, I think I'll do this, like I'm gonna see where this goes. Yeah. That was a lot of fun.
Everything you do in a game where players are responsive to each other, everything you do causes a ripple, and if that ripple goes out, it's my job to respond appropriately to the ripple. So if we're real people and we're hanging out in a group and someone starts singing a silly song, what would I do? How would I respond? And that's where, to me, what happened was we got there, and there were a lot of ways to play it. And Matt, super good improver, he threw it to me. Matt didn't take, and I was ready to let somebody else do it. Quint has the highest charisma of the group meta, but Matt threw it to me, and I thought, okay, he threw it to me, which means to challenge the group and have fun, knowing the people I was playing with, I decided to do the opposite of what was expected, not to detriment. So I thought this could easily be the interrogation scene and the under the hot lights, and I thought that is sort of one note to me. We've been doing a lot of that. That has played well tonight. So I decided to do an operatic song because I feel like Quint would actually do that. Yeah. He's very aloof. So my ripple of a silly operatic song, Barker responded in the way that the dwarves responded, and the Barker, the way you described the bar glasses and all that. If you wouldn't have done that, if you would have just let it fall flat and say, okay, yeah, they wake up, ripple ignored, effect dead, tone killed. But everyone responded to the ripples, and then they start pooling, like actual raindrops in a pond. You see these multiple ripples, and it creates this shaking image,
Yeah. And that's, God, man. And the reason that description existed is because you guys freaking do crazy crap like that. Like, and at the same note, here we are freaking stroking each other, but stroking each other's backs. But I mean, you say something like, Tim, something gets thrown to you. You could have been like, "Oh yes, I roll a persuasion check to wake him up politely," or something like that. And it's like, okay, well that'd be boring. And oh, you succeed, so he wakes up politely. No, dude, I'm gonna freaking sing an operatic note. I mean, I love it because it's a tag team game, and
again, that's the thing where it's like you can't get it wrong. So in our minds, as long as, again, the way I see it, if I'm not making a joke or saying something really stupid that completely derails it, all I think is, I want to know what they would do if I did this crazy thing. If I decided that this is the thing I was going to do, I want, like Quint, he's like, I'm going to sing, and I wonder how that's going to play out. Partly because Quint would sing, and partly because it's like, what the hell else is everybody going to do? That's going to make for such a fun experience.
Right. You operate within the boundaries of what you set up as your character. That's the thing. It has to make sense. If I would have went in there and done something, we talked about basically going the opposite of what was expected. If I would have gone the opposite of what was expected, but broke all my promises to the group and the viewers by acting weirdly uncharacteristic, that's wrong to me. I wouldn't do that. So it has to fit within the boundaries of, and you can explore and stretch those boundaries, but it should make sense in the character you're trying to play.
Yeah, you should be able to explain it. Another really interesting thing that I try to do, and it seems like everybody does, is in cases like that, when they were opening the lock or we had to wake them up or things, sometimes, Barker, you'll ask for a check, but a lot of times what happens is I will roll a check to see how my character does it.
Mm-hmm.
So much fun. Because then you don't know, and then you play it out. Furthermore, for things that could require a check, like, say, figuring out, opening the lock specifically, it's more fun if you're kind of like, it's easy, what happens? It's like he did roll, but it was so low, and it made for a more interesting, the roll adds an extra layer to why this happened or why, and it's like, it's not just, you wake him up, okay, all right, you get the information from him, you rolled well. It's like, no, you could, like you said, sometimes you roll for this or that, but it's more fun for me to say, I ask them this question, and you decide whether or not they roll, but sometimes you just answer the question because it's way more fun and so much cooler,
Absolutely. And I don't know if you remember in session 2, but Matt did that when he ran up to the portal as it was closing, and said, and I debate whether or not I'm going to jump in. And then I said, are you going to jump in? And he just picked up a D20 and rolled it and said, yep, I jump in. And that's just, I love that sort of the instrument of chaos in this game
giving
specifically.
Up a little bit of control.
Yeah, that die right here. That instrument of chaos is what keeps storyline going. And not just dice. But, as a DM, if you say, okay, I want you to tell me what you see when you walk into this dungeon, and you're giving the players this creative control, I swear to you, what they describe to you will be something completely unexpected, and it will trigger something in your creative mind, and you will start to build on it. That is how this story has grown. I mean, the only thing I knew at the beginning was that I am going to give this party like 2 or 3 choices. Like, do you want to go to Myra? Do you want to seek the vampire? Do you want to do this, other thing? It might have been 2, or maybe they'll see a portal and they'll run out or whatever. And whatever they decide to do, that entire campaign, whatever it turns into, it's going to start there. And it's turned so far, honestly, in the next 3 sessions, in my mind, the things that I'm pretty sure might happen are going to be pretty cool, and it's all because of stuff that you guys implanted in my brain, and you guys kind of took and keep throwing back at me. The group is so awesome.
Yeah. Oh, it's so great. It's so much fun.
And, it's funny when you said, the thing that stood out to me the most about what you just said is the things that other people think of get you on a totally different creative path. And I just to paint a word picture, it's like tropes and cliches are like this dartboard, and we're just throwing darts at the same dartboard. And it's like, yeah, well, maybe it's this, and maybe it's this. But when you throw it to someone and they do something unexpected, it's like they turn around and throw the dart into the woods. It's like you're not even in the same continent as to where you ended up with the idea. And I think some of the most creative thinking I can do is coming up with the reason why this crazy thing is happening. So when you tell me something that's unexpected to me, I like to reverse engineer it and go, oh, because of this, and what if this, and what if this, Barker, you and I won't spoil it, but you and I even had a moment like that on the Facebook chat today.
Yeah. You know it's good when we start typing in all caps.
Yeah.
Holy shit!
Oh, it was like you asked me a question. Hey, would such and such? And I was like, yeah, sure. Yes, because, and it just so yeah. I totally agree with you. All that to say.
Yeah, that was a fun chat.
It really was. It was, and I hate to leave everybody hanging, but it was character defining for me.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. What's your guys' recommendation for improving your improv skills? I'm gonna plug a product. We plugged it in the Roll Up and Die podcast. Roll Up and Die, your definitive RPG podcast that you can find on Facebook and BeABetterGameMaster.com.
Listen to it. It's really good. It's fun to listen to.
I'm glad you think so, man. We'll have you as a guest. You want to join us?
Yeah.
Do it. Yeah, we'll schedule you in. We'll pencil you in. God, I sound
That's it. You know, have your people call my people. My people's actually James.
Yeah.
So James, he's not my people. James will punch my mouth.
But this product that we talked about is basically, if you look for them, they're called Raging Swan Press, and 10%, 15% of what they do is a lot like really strictly Pathfinder, but everything else is just D100 lists. And I want to show you something that I have here. I call it my sandbox binder. And basically, it is almost like everything by Raging Swan. And you can buy their stuff for like 99 cents. And at the beginning, I just have a bunch of names, human names, non-human names. And the first section is all geographical locations. You can't see this, but I have a forest tab, a swamp, a coast, plains. And if I flip to coast, let's say, and roll a D100 for me there, Tim.
Yeah. 48.
48, if I just flip to that. This beach is made entirely from shattered bone shards. Now, that alone just changes everything about the beach. Just it went from beach to mortar and pestle graveyard of bones.
And that is
and so something like this is really, it helps me for improvising, but for me, improvising is just its own type of preparation. Before a game, I will flip through this and I'll just look for 3 different things that I like, and I'll just highlight them, and if I use them, awesome. If I don't use them, it doesn't matter. The thing is that I make sure I read them, and that way they're in here. And always be thinking about your campaign. That is the best way to improve your improvisation, is just look at, when you go to the coffee shop, look at the people in there and think about NPCs in your campaign. Seriously.
Mm-hmm.
And the other answer that nobody wants to hear as far as improving with your character or on the spot is you have to improv. Tim and I, anytime we're together, will have really stupid conversations about nothing, jokingly, and it's improving. Now, it's not necessarily practice. We just are dumb and we do that. So it's like we come up with stuff, and usually it ends with one of us laughing too hard. And it's like, it's just, that's fun, you know? But the only way you'll ever get better at that is to do it. 100%. It's just, there's no way, there's nothing you can read. There's absolutely nothing that replaces experience in that particular aspect. It's like, no, if you want to, you know, improv and come up with cool stuff on the spot, like you said, Barker, there's a famous, the way I've heard described is you have to fill the tanks. You know, you have to have something to draw on. Mm-hmm. So if you're always thinking about it, and like you said, those little nuggets of ideas will just open everything up. Mm-hmm. But then further, it's like you gotta go back and forth. You gotta do the yes and, you gotta improv. It's the only way.
Challenge yourself.
Exactly.
Totally. I know how I do it, but how do you guys do it? How do you improv a stat block for an NPC without slowing the pace in the game? So if there's like a surprise enemy that the characters have to fight, how do you improvise the stats for that guy?
Well, go ahead, Tim.
Oh no, I was just scratching my armpit. It just made a noise.
Basically, it's like, it depends, but the idea is you try to find the closest thing. Now, usually it's going to be, I guess the important thing is I wouldn't usually do that. And that sounds stupid, but with the monster manual, it's like, well, no, I mean, it's done. Now, in cases of humans, there are a few humans in the back, and I'll fiddle with one or change it a little, but there's like a, like an acolyte in there, and there's a thug, and things like that, and you sort of play that by ear, but usually, if you want them to fight a mimic, it's like, well, you look up the mimic and you see. Now, in some cases, you can nudge it here or there for your story, especially with what we call a paint job. So any colors or anything that it would look like or change all of that. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Especially if it's the stats. It's like your players usually won't know the stats. So if you want, we could have fought a mimic that was anything in the whole world, but it's like it's a mimic and you know how hard it is to hit and how much damage it does and this and that. And it's like, you could have even made up the fact that our weapons got stuck because that's cool. You know what I mean? And some people are worried about, well, what implication does that have for challenge rating? And it's like, well, that does get a little more complicated. But if you want to make stuff up on the fly, you kind of roll with that, Yeah.
You know what? Hit points is important, and rolling a d20. Honestly, +2 is my go-to. And let me just really quick a disclaimer: you have to make sure your group is okay with something like this. And I don't do it a lot in these games because there's always someone in the comments that's like, "Oh my God, you totally that's not the real stat for this guy. That's not the real stat," or
Right.
I can tell you fudged that, and you're a horrible DM, and you're the reason the hobby is crashing into the ground, and something like that. And I'm not exaggerating actually. So just make sure you have the group for it. But when Tim went for a dex check to grab Thoric's beard, I did not know until 8 seconds prior to that Thoric was going to be this evil, this kind of bad guy. I didn't know until I said roll a d6, and I decided let's have someone kind of come out of this hatch, so to speak, and try to make a run for it because he'd be seeing that, oh no, this mimic is about to die, so I got to make a run for it. They're about to discover me. And so when it was him, I basically just decided he's going to roll a dex check, and he's a dwarf, so he's probably not the most dexterous, so it's going to be +0. So I just rolled a d20 against what Tim tried to do. Don't be afraid to just roll a d20 and go with the number, or roll a d20 and do a +2 if you think they're pretty strong. Don't be afraid to do that stuff. It's piece of cake.
Well,
Right.
I think especially in 5th edition, they normalized a lot of those numbers. So armor classes are generally between 14 and 16. It can be 17 or sometimes 18 if it's really hard to hit. In the same, it's like most dex checks, or at least at our level, 5, it's like I have a +3, I think, because my dex just went up. But like you said, +2 is good if they're extremely fast, +3, and it's like, because again, you're letting that little bit of chaos decide what happens, but that's not, it doesn't matter enough to stress over it so much to stop the game or to do math or this or that. It's like you said, you go +2, it continues the flow, and it was just whether or not he grabbed his beard. It would have been cool either way, but it's less, I don't know, it's less like a board game where like, well, no, you got to do rules as written, and more like, well, no, what happens? Well, let's ask the dice.
And for 5th edition, especially, bounded accuracy is your best friend. The fact that basically the cap for everything is 20.
Yeah.
That gives you a very clear, easy path to say, okay, 20 is the high, and 1 is the low. It gives you a much cleaner ballpark, at least. So everything you guys are saying is spot on. It is also not a bad idea to have a binder with a basic stat block for easy, moderate, difficult, deadly, where it would just kind of be like, take some stat of those things without any special abilities or anything like that, and just say, okay, according to the Dungeon Master's Guide and the Monster Manual, this is an easy challenge. And just have a basic stat block for everything might not be a bad idea. Barker, I also want to address those people that were making those comments. You don't know every helmed horror in every universe. You don't know that helmed horror just had a battle with a lich, or had a fight with a mind flayer and his right arm is damaged, and that's why his armor class is 18 instead of 19. And So there's always a reason that I can make. I don't owe it to you to make that reason, Naysayer. You just have to understand and trust that if you're going to tune into my game, you have to trust my world. And if I'm fudging something, it is for a reason. I've made that choice deliberately. And even if I'm doing it on the fly, it's my world. And as long as my players are enjoying it and having a good time, the stat block in the monster manual is a baseline, but to say that every goblin has the same strength is ignorant. And to say that every lich has the same power level is foolish. So it's the uniform, standardized version, but there's going to be fluctuations on the bell curve. So,
I completely agree, 100%. Because, and there are a lot of people that play the game differently. So it's cool if you and your group play like every helmed horror is the same, because that's what it is in the monster manual. That's fine. I mean, if your group are having a good time, you're doing it right. For me, I think I like my worlds and the games that I play in and run to feel more subjective. I like for lawful evil to be, or the word lawful to be very gray. Like there's a lot of people say lawful evil, you know, I'm going to kill it, I'm a paladin, whatever. But it's like, what is he lawful to? What is he evil to? How is he evil? Like I like very subjective, very gray area stuff. So I completely agree with what you just said, Tim, 100%.
Yeah. I personally nudged the slider a little further away from hard and fast rules and a little closer to, you know, a story and interesting. Like I said, I love playing board games. And if we're playing a board game, it's like, no, it's rules as written. We're looking up, you know, whatever changed or whatever the newest thing is, and it's like, no, this is how it is. You roll this, you do that. 100%, it's like, you know, it's a board game, and that's it. But the important thing is those rarely, if ever, have any sort of story. It's 100% tactics and fun and dice rolls, but it's like, well, as soon as you add that story element, you have to make sure that you don't. I think it's dangerous to follow the rules 100%, or not so much the rules, but those guidelines laid out by the monster manual that every helmed horror is this or that. It makes for a very interesting encounter if there is an extremely strong goblin. Like, well, that's weird. That's why it's awesome. But like you said, if every single goblin is like, well, you know, it just. But again, if that's how you play, that is important. But in the same respect, it's like, well, and that's why somebody can't come and tell you you're doing it wrong. Yeah. It's like, well, did you have a good time? Then you're not doing it wrong. You know, you can't do it wrong.
Behind-the-scenes secret, the reason why I used Helmed Horror as an example is because in Matt Umbercloak's game, he fudged the AC of the Helmed Horror. Shh.
Don't tell anybody.
Oh, no! He's ruining the hobby.
And honestly...
I'm bringing the whole thing down in flames!
Yeah, nobody would have known, you know? It's like... It was cool, and it was fun, and it was awesome, yeah.
It was cool for them to fight a Helmed Horror, and they might have died otherwise, so he made a smart DM decision, bumped down the AC like by 1, and it made the challenge rating a little more agreeable for the number of players.
And it should be known that that game was a one-shot. So if the characters would have died right then, there would have been no more game. All right, guys, pack it up. See you later.
Sorry, Helmed Horror's AC is actually 20, so you're all dead now.
Oops. So it's approaching midnight where I am. It's approaching 2 a.m. where you are. So
yeah,
he's gonna murder me. Tim's in my bedroom, and all she wants to do is go to sleep.
Oh no! Am I keeping Cassie awake, bro?
Yes.
Why didn't you say something 2 hours ago?
Oh crap!
Awful.
Okay.
Well, because even if you
I would have
came
come
out here,
out there.
Even if you came out here, we both speak loudly enough that there's no person in the universe that can go to sleep.
Oh my god, I would have joined this chat on my cell phone from my house.
Well, the last question that I'm going to answer is Blaine's, and it's actually a question that relates a lot to the setting. How do you deal with magic using PCs in a lower magic world? Ankea, where this is all taking place, the larger world, especially Sur Salin, is a very low magic world, if you'd believe it or not. What's happening in this place is that for some reason magic is like emerging through, and so people, like when someone sees you cast a spell, when someone sees a dragonborn or a tiefling or something crazy, have the NPCs like look at them in awe, like they've never seen anything like this, like they've just seen an angel or a ghost, and like they're unbelievable. They're without words. They're stuttering. Make your players that much more fantastic, even if they're just level 1, like that. Especially then, because level 1's cool, but a lot of people go into a game wanting to feel rad, and that's the best way to do it, is to make the NPCs respect and even at some points love your PCs. That's what I would say.
I think you can squeeze a lot of tone out of non-rules stuff. So if you wanted to make a horror campaign, yes, there are, whether in D&D or another system, there are rules to do that, but you could make a horror-themed game that none of it not seem horror at all. In the same respect, you could make a D&D game seem very scary, but none of the rules are, none of the rules have to change. So in the same way that it's low magic, it's like, well, I still roll and I can hit. There's not necessarily a chance for me to miss because there's low magic, or, the thing is, there's not necessarily a mechanic. There could be in some areas, or if we leave this, but right now it's just the way the NPCs react and different people and things like that. It doesn't have to have anything to do with mechanics, and I know that doesn't sit well with some people. But I'm like, well, no, I made it up. This is my world, so it's low magic and people react differently. That's that.
Yep.
And I'll just throw one final thing in there. One of my favorite series of books is Conan. I love all that stuff. Robert E. Howard. In his world, and that's the example I see thrown around. If you want to also take it a step further, if you want to handle magic in a low magic setting, make it dangerous. Make it cost something. In other words, especially like a level 1 or something like that, I would maybe reskin the insanity rules to be like fatigue rules or something like that in the back of the Dungeon Master's Guide, meaning there should be a cost and a danger to casting these spells, because in low magic worlds, you're communing with something that is having to tear the fiber of reality far more than in some of the systems we play in. So just try that. Try using something where after so many spells of a certain level, they have to roll, a con check or something where it just make it feel costly because it's wild and difficult. So that's just another thought.
Well, and we actually just got our first dislike, and that might be somebody disagreeing with our subjective rules opinions, but it also might be Cassie, who's just like completely finished. So let's just assume the latter and say our goodbyes, guys. So you guys go ahead.
Sounds really good. All right, well, good night, everybody. Thanks for hanging out till 1:43 Eastern Daylight Time. Go to tabletopterrors.com, and hopefully there'll be some new content up there on May 1st.
Yeah. So I'll say all the same things, but leave you with one important thing, and that is, generally, if you have negative opinions, it's better than no opinions. So I would rather, 100 people dislike the video than nobody watch it.
Yeah, it's true. It's okay to not like things. Just don't be a dick about the things you don't like.
Exactly.
Everybody, thank you very much. TabletopTerrors.com, AFistfulofDice.com, BeABetterGameMaster.com, Roll Up and Die, whatever. Just thanks for showing up, guys. We love you, and this hobby rules. So talk to you guys all later.
See ya.